right, welcome everybody. Welcome. Oh, so exciting to see you all. This is fantastic. I'm so excited that we are going to start this One Talk workshop with Eric Edmeades. Welcome to the orientation. This is just going to make sure everyone is set up and ready to go. I'm just going to give it another minute as people are still joining. So excited to begin. Love to see all the faces. Trish, I see you there. You look great. Love the scarf. Oh, Michelle, Lucille, oh, great to see you guys. This is awesome. My name is Kelsey Toker. I am one of Eric's project managers for Speaker Nation, as well as his executive assistant. I help work with him on a lot of his live events and now a lot of his online events. And it's always my privilege to serve many of you. I've talked with many of you online. And I love putting a name to a face. It's so fantastic. So welcome everybody. So excited to be here. So just a few details as we begin. Zoom has so many great capabilities, and we just want to make sure that you know what resources we have to work with throughout this event. So a couple things that along the way, especially for audio, we make sure that everyone stays muted so that we of course can hear Eric clearly, no one accidentally gets unmuted and we hear background noise, that kind of thing. So if you ever do need to be unmuted, I will take care of that for you. But because of that feature, we definitely want you to engage in other ways. That's why we have your cameras on. You can certainly wave your hands and let us know if you have engagement that way. If Eric wants to see you, thumbs up, that kind of thing. There's also the chat, so you should have your chat up. If you don't have it up already, I would suggest doing so. And if everyone actually just wants to go into the chat and type in a good morning, where you're from, and maybe even what time it is for you. I know we've got some people that are here for, I know Michelle, I believe New Zealand, you're here and it's like 2 a.m. for you, if I remember. That's fantastic. Yes, love it. Poland, Holland, Okanagan, this is fantastic. Yep. Calgary, London, people from all over the world. This is amazing. Love it. Okay, awesome. Okay, so another great feature that we have in Zoom is if you actually bring up you'll see at the bottom, there is a participant button. If you bring it up on the side, it has a number of different buttons that you can use to communicate what you're thinking. So there's like a yes and no button. Let's actually test that out right now. I'm gonna ask a couple questions, and if everyone will answer with either a yes or a no. Okay, so a couple questions. Have you ever sang karaoke before? Let's see some of your answers. Awesome, yes, perfect, perfect. Love it. Okay, another one. Have you ever sang in the shower? See some yeses or nos, lots of yeses. Awesome. Perfect, go faster. Thank you, appreciate it. That's awesome, cool. All right, that is perfect. So that's just a great way to engage, especially if Eric starts asking questions of everybody. And then of course, one of our big thing is whenever there are questions. So in Zoom, there is, and under that participant list, there is a raise your hand button. Definitely, if everyone wants to find that button and just raise your hand so I can see it, that would be great. Perfect, I can see everybody, great. So whenever you have a question for Eric or it's Q&A time, we would love if people would just raise their hand if you would like to come up with Eric and ask a question with him directly. I'll take care of unmuting you and bringing each person up along the way, but we will, that's basically how we're going to actually see who wants to ask questions and so on and so forth. So thank you guys so much. This is awesome. These sessions will be recorded and they will be shared in the Facebook group afterwards. But of course, you know, we love that you guys are all here live, ready to participate and willing to go. And now, one of the last things that we will be using with Zoom along the way is, of course, the breakout rooms. And I don't know how many of you have tried these breakout rooms before, but we're actually going to use them right now for a little icebreaker. You're all going to go into groups of 4 or 5, and I just want you to go into that group and simply share your name, where you're from, and what impact you'd like to leave on the world. So I am going to create these rooms right about now. Okay, you're gonna get an indication that you're gonna go into a new room, and I'll give you all about 5 to 7 minutes to share with one another. So go ahead right now. Hi, Melanie, Pamela, Ritva, so good to see many of you. So I've sent everybody else. Amit, good to see you. Oh, actually, I'll just admit right there. Right, so I've let everybody else know that just a few features, of course, of Zoom. I think many of you already know them. Of course, raise your hand if you have a question. I am keeping almost everybody just muted along the way. So if you do need to come up, I will take care of unmuting you. Certainly engage in the chat. And now I have actually sent everybody into breakout rooms so that they can not only share and just get to know one another a little bit, but we use breakout rooms quite a bit throughout our event. And so I just wanted you to get a little used to them at this point. So I will send you guys all into breakout rooms, and basically you're just going to share your name, where you're from, and what impact you'd like to leave on the world. So just one moment, and I'm going to assign each of you to a room. Hello, Rosemary, Kim, good to see you both. So good. Love the background, Rosemary, that looks beautiful. I'm just gonna admit a few other people here. And I'm just gonna let you all know, Lori, good to see you as well. So I have everybody in breakout rooms right now. They're just basically sharing their name, where they're from, and what impact they wanna leave in the world. So I'm gonna send you guys there shortly. And just a couple little features about Zoom that I wanted to let you all know. Of course, definitely engage in the chat as much as possible. We like to keep things muted so that the audio on the recording stays just directly on the recording and doesn't get pulled in different directions But engage in the chat. If you look under the participant button, there's also a number of different like yes and no buttons. There's a way you can raise your hand for asking questions. So you can use all those features along the way. And I'm going to send you all out into your breakout rooms, as we're going to be using that for exercises along the way. And you can certainly chat with your fellow participants in there, and I'll be bringing you back soon once we're ready to get started. So excited to see you all here. Hi, Carol. Hello, Jane. So good to see you both. Just letting you know, I'll be starting shortly. We just have people in breakout rooms right now, just kind of introducing themselves to one another, getting used to that feature as well. They're going to be using it along the way. So just hold tight and we'll begin shortly. Hello, everyone. I just let everyone else know we have kind of already gone through orientation. I have everyone else in breakout rooms at the moment, and they are just kind of sharing with one another about where they're from and what impact they want to leave on the world. We are going to get started shortly, though, so I'm going to leave you guys here in the main room, as I'll be bringing everybody back shortly. And then, of course, just a couple cool features about Zoom. On the left, or actually on the right-hand side, you should be able to have a chat box open where you can comment, leave any messages along the way, and definitely you can make sure that you can see the raise the hand button. It's actually under your participant list. If you bring that up on the right-hand side, you should be able to raise your hand if you have a question at all. And we will be getting started shortly. So excited, everyone. All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. It is officially 10 a.m. New York time, and we are ready to begin our One Talk workshop. And of course, now as we are all back together, I hope you enjoyed the breakout room feature, and I hope you're excited for what is to come as we all spend these 3 days together. As many of you know, Eric has been teaching internationally as not only a business speaker, but he's done so many other things as a serial entrepreneur. Eric's varied in his business backgrounds, and he has such an incredible presence on stage as well as in front of the camera. And the value he adds every time he runs these programs, whether live or online, is immense. And so we're so thankful that you all could join us here today. And I would love to bring up our host, Eric Edmeades. And I know that we're all muted, but if you want, we can see you all in your videos. If you want to wave your hands, if you want to write in the chats that you're excited to bring him up, then let's definitely show Eric we're ready to begin, and we're so excited to have him here.
A silent applause. That's so amazing. So like if that's 2020 right there, silent applause. Welcome everybody. Welcome, welcome. I am absolutely thrilled to be here with you guys. This is going to be monumentous. I want to give you a little bit of background and then a little bit of introduction, and then I want to get us in here. So some of the background is that I was once in my life absolutely terrified of public speaking. I know many of you will know that if you've been following me at all, you've probably heard me talk about that, but I just want to underscore the point for those of you who don't know that. I was absolutely terrified of public speaking. And I spent many, many years studying it, practicing it, practicing it, learning some more, getting coaching, getting mentoring, and really, really working on it. And I want you to know this because there are times when people come up to me and they go, well, oh yeah, of course you can do that because you're you. And I'm like, okay, wait a second. You don't understand. Like there were strategies I needed and practice that I needed that ultimately got me to be there. And so I want you to know that a big part of what's going to happen today is I'm going to share with you over the next 3 days, one of the most powerful things you could possibly get relative to speaking. And that is how to construct content that is flexible, engaging, and creates broad spectrum appeal. And the reason for this is that I truly believe that we are all, every one of us, one talk away from some massive and major breakthrough in our lives. We're all one talk away from that. And we're going to talk more about that in a minute. So I want to introduce myself properly. I'm Eric Edmeades. I'm the founder of Speaker Nation. Many of you will know me through one of my other companies, WildFit. And I believe in giving people gifts. I really do. And one of my absolute favorite gifts to people, for those of you who know me through WildFit, is to give them their relationship with food back and to give them their bodies back, in a sense. But one of the other gifts that I love, that's super, Heather. One of the other gifts that I love so very, very much is giving people the comfort and confidence to be able to speak their mind, to be able to say what they really want to say, to be able to get their message across. And I know what it's like to go to a meeting or have a conversation. And I know what it's like to walk away from that conversation and think, I wish I'd said this, and I wish I'd said that. I wish I'd been able to get my thoughts together better. I know what that was like. I also know what it was like to be invited to speak somewhere and really have no idea how to put a talk together, because I just swear they just don't teach that in school effectively. And so I really want you to know that as I discovered this stuff, as I learned about it, I unlocked some things that apparently worked quite well. And so it's now become one of my favorite things to give this gift to people. So I want to discuss what we're going to be going through over the next couple of days. And I want to really underscore this point. This is brand new, teaching it like this. This is going to be so amazing. I'll give you a little COVID-19 story, if you like, is that the way this workshop came about was that we were getting ready to do a webinar, as many of you know, because you're on that webinar. And that webinar was designed to teach key things about how to create a signature talk. And it was designed to create attraction for one of our live events. But the day before the live event, or before the webinar, we talked about it and we realized COVID was going to shut the world down. Like, we weren't going to get to do the live event. And so we shifted our business. We brought a business plan forward an entire year to create this program and offered it to you guys. And we had a 6-week marketing calendar. Like we had 6 weeks to fill the workshop. And I don't know if any of you guys noticed, but it sold out in 4 days. 4 days. And so I want you to know that because of a few things. I know there's some fear out there. I know there's some concern. There isn't any need for fear because fear and danger are not the same thing. There can be danger without fear, and there can be fear without danger. They're not the same thing. And so, yes, there's some danger out there, but we don't have to be afraid. We have to be smart. And I can tell you that there's a number of things that we've done in our business over the last 2 months that have blown me away. I'll tell you that I'm pretty sure that May is going to be one of the best months we've ever had in our business, ever. And I'm blown away by that because I can tell you I was not strong the first day this all happened. I was reacting with fear initially. So I'm glad that I got over that. And I'm glad that we shifted and that we pivoted and that we created this opportunity for you guys. So here's what's going to happen over the next couple of days. Ultimately, the core goal that I have for you here is to share with you the formula that I use for creating talks that are flexible, engaging, influential, effective. And I want to share that with you because I believe that the ability to deliver a talk like that is one of the greatest skills and one of the greatest assets you could possibly have in your life. In fact, as I said earlier, I think that it's absolutely clear that we people are always only one talk away from some major breakthrough. And I want to give you some examples of this because in my life, I never thought that I would be a public speaker. I was terrified of it. In my life, I wouldn't ever have guessed that there would come a time when one day I'd be like teaching, teaching workshops and retreats in my home, that people would fly from around the world to come and learn from me. I never thought that. And I want you to know that because some of you know me at a point. You've met me at a point and you're like, well, yeah, but you have these skills, or yeah, but you have this list, or yeah, but you have these followers. But I didn't once. I had a friend of mine just a few days ago telling me, oh, I don't know if I don't want to get started on this. Like, you know, I only have 100 followers on Instagram and I need 1 million. And I'm like, well, but you know what you need to have before you get to 1 million? 101, 102. You know, you gotta start somewhere. And I really want you to know that if at any time you've watched a video of me on YouTube, you've come and seen me at a live event, you've done one of my programs, and you've just thought, well, I couldn't do it like that. Well, no, that's absolutely not true. I couldn't do it like that at one point, but the skills and the methods that I'm going to teach you are going to get you to a place where you will be able to do it. Not like that, because you don't want to do it like me. You want to do it like the best possible version of you. Does this all make sense to you guys? Give me a high five here if we got it. All right. All right. Good. So the other thing is, like when I think about the lives that I've had the opportunity to impact, like I'll never forget this moment here. This is a woman who was in an audience of about 800 people. And when I asked the audience if anybody was afraid of speaking, she didn't raise her hand because that's how afraid she was of speaking, but her friend did for her. And the next thing you know, I brought her up on the stage and I worked with her for about 15 to 20 minutes. And she turned around and she gave the most impassioned, beautiful speech you could imagine for 800 people without preparation, because we unlocked something in her. And I want you to know that I believe every single person in the world has that potential. But I also want you to know that part of accessing that potential is accessing your own sense of belief. My very good friend, Carl Pearsall, and one of my very first girlfriends, Carrie Cohan, both of them said crazy things to me. They said the same crazy thing to me. One of them said it in 1992, and the other one said it in 2002. Crazy. They are crazy people. You know what they said to me? Eric, you should be a public speaker. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? That's insanity. What are you talking about? But the really crazy thing that both of them said, both of them in 1992, Carrie, and in about 2002, Carl, is Eric, we think that you could be so good that you could be on stage with Tony Robbins. You know, like, why would you say something like that? There's no point in it. Because you see, my belief structure at the time was that it was absolutely not even remotely possible. Like, there's no way that that could be happening. Like, there's no chance of that happening. And you know, what ends up happening is that next thing you know, I'm speaking for 30 people, and then I'm speaking for 40 people, and then 50 people, and then more people, and then more people. And then I know many of you know this story, and I'm going to talk a lot about stories and hearing them more than once. But many of you will know the story that the next thing, I find myself in Fiji. That's Tony introducing me on stage. The younger version of me is going, huh? What is going on here? And I want you to know right now that you don't need to believe 100% in anything. You don't need to believe 100%. What you need to do is believe 1 or 2%. Just 1 or 2%. You have to doubt your doubts. If you can doubt your doubts, you can get somewhere. Hear me about that again. If you can simply doubt your doubts, you can transform your entire life. What you need to do is believe a tiny little bit, because you see, the thing about beliefs is that they're very much like, let's say, they're like little organisms, and they eat evidence. And so when you believe something, your mind starts looking around for evidence that that thing is true. And the more evidence you find, the bigger the beast gets and the stronger the truth becomes for you. So I just want you to doubt your doubts a little bit. So come on now, how many of you doubt? I just want to know, how many of you doubt that you could ever do, let's say, a TED Talk? How many of you doubt that? You doubt, I don't think I could. Yeah. Okay, great. How many of you doubt that you could ever do a video that had like 1 million views on YouTube? How many of you doubt that? Yeah. How many of you doubt that you could be like a best-selling author one day? How many of you doubt that? Okay. So here's what I want you to do. Some of you don't doubt it. Many of you do. I just want you to doubt the doubt. That's what I want you to do. I want you to doubt the doubt a little bit, just a little bit. I want you to just open up the possibility that it could happen, because here's what I want you to know. The minute it's a possibility, you will see the world differently. I'm going to share a story with you that I know many of you have heard, but before I do that, I want to say this. As a speaker, you're going to have some stories that you're going to use. And what's going to happen at times is that you're going to be in a situation where you're going to have to tell a story, and you're going to know that some people in the audience have already heard the story. You've already had this experience, whether you're a speaker or not, because you've been at the dining room table with some friends, and there's been a story you've told before, and then you've kind of wanted to tell the story again, but then you kind of feel like, yeah, but they've already heard it. So then you do something like this. Oh God, you remember that time? I know you guys have already heard it. I'll do it super quick. And then you don't do the story properly because there's other people that have heard it, and you're kind of who's done this? Anybody? All right. Get over it. What you want to do, if you're worried about that, what you want to do is just get so good at telling the story that your friends do this when you're getting ready to tell a story. You go, oh yeah, that reminds me of that time in Indonesia. And they go, oh, are you going to tell the earthquake story? And they get excited. And in fact, you know you're kicking butt. You know you're kicking butt when you're sitting at the dining room table and you're not telling a story. And then one of your friends goes, oh my God, Eric, tell them the time that you did this. And they start telling you to tell a story that they've heard 4 times before. I want you to get so good at telling the stories that nobody's worried about hearing it twice. And then I also want you to notice something else. For those of you who've been to a live program of mine, been to a coaching program, watch me on YouTube, how many of you have ever heard one of my stories more than once? Okay. But here, let me ask you something else. How many of you have ever heard the exact same story from me told exactly the same way? Anybody? Not one of you. And that's because I'm not memorizing the story. I'm remembering the experience, and I'm sharing the story for that audience in that moment with those emotions. And so how about this? How many of you ever heard a story of mine, and then you heard me tell it again, and you learned something new that you didn't get the first time? Oh, that might be for a few reasons. One is you just might be at a different level of consciousness the second time you heard the story, right? But then it might be another reason, and that might be that I was telling the story for a different purpose that time. In other words, I told the story one time to teach this idea, but now I'm using that same story to teach another idea. And so you learn different things when you hear the stories. We're going to talk more about how to set this up, because what I want you to know is you need to get over any concern you have about repeating a story. You need to get over it. Sometimes I've seen feedback on forums and they go, oh, I've heard these stories before. And I look at that and go, you know what? If there's 4% of the audience that's like, oh, I've heard that story before. Well, the first thing I would say is they really aren't paying attention. And the second thing I would say is, for the other 96%, it's worth it for me. Does this make sense to all of you? So I want to share a story with you that most of you, I'm hoping, have heard, because it's all over YouTube. I've done it at live events, but I want you to hear it because it is appropriate to the here and now, what we're talking about. And that is the moment that I decide that I want to become a speaker again. You see, I'd done some speaking, but then I'd stopped. And it's the moment I decided I want to become a speaker again. And I turn to my wife and I tell her, hey, I want to become, I think I want to get back into speaking. And you know what she says to me? She goes, great, that sounds awesome. And I go, but you know what I don't want to do is I don't want to start all over again. I don't want to start with fighting to get 10 people into the room. My very good friend, one of the best speakers I've ever seen, was launching his business in the UK, teaching hypnosis and NLP and this kind of stuff. And he had a promoter, and then sometimes they wanted to sell like 30, 40 tickets and they would only sell 3. And you know what he would do? He wouldn't cancel the event. He would go and teach with all the passion that he would have for 35 people for those 3 people. It was soul destroying for him. He couldn't sleep at night. You know, it was like, it's really no energy back in the same way when you've got a big audience. But I thought to myself, wow, I don't want to do that again. I don't want to face that kind of situation. So my wife says, well, why don't you think about partnering with other people? You know, why don't you think about partnering with other speakers? And I'm like, yeah, that's a great idea. That's, you know, I could go and find people that already have events and I could go and speak in front of their audiences. And, you know, maybe I could do that. I had a little bit of a reputation. Maybe I'd be able to get myself out there. And then I started creating this list of the people that I knew that ran workshops and ran programs. And I showed her the list and she said to me, no, not those people. I'm like, why not those people? And she goes, because those people are good. And I'm like, what? I was crushed. What do you mean? And she goes, no, sorry. Those people are only good. And you're outstanding. And so it's not good enough for you to be on those stages. You need to find bigger stages. You need to go bigger. And I'm like, I'm now annoyed, frankly, because, you know, by the way, men, how many of you just love a little unsolicited coaching and advice from your wife? Who just loves that? Yeah, don't raise your hand. We don't love that. It's just like, we don't love that. And so I start kind of getting a little like, I'm not enjoying this so much. And so I'm irritated and I go over to the whiteboard and I write on the whiteboard, I write Tony Robbins, because I'm thinking she's going to go, all right, I get it. But her response instead is, great start. And I end up writing Tony Robbins and Jack Canfield and Harv Eker on the boards. Because I'm thinking they're very, you know, Tony, probably the most famous professional speaker in the world at the time. And Harv Eker probably has the largest, you know, the largest seminar company in the world at the time. And Jack Canfield, probably the most successful author in the personal development field. I mean, Chicken Soup for the Soul sold more books maybe even the big guy in the sky. I don't know for sure, but a lot of books, right? And so I write these guys' names down on the list, and here's what I start thinking. What's the point of this? Like, how does this help? And I'm going to tell you the shortcut version of this right now is that, yes, I did get a magical phone call out of the blue that I can't explain that said, can you come and teach business at Tony Robbins Business Mastery? I can't explain that. I don't know if it has something to do with the board. I don't know if the board was magical or the marker was I don't know. I don't know what the metaphysical twist of that is. I don't know why I got a letter from Jack Canfield's organization inviting me to join a private mastermind with him. Not a product that you buy, you understand, a private club that you have to be nominated into. You know, it's like it was amazing. I don't know how to explain those things to you, but here's what I can explain. I'm standing in a grocery store in Providenciales, Turks and Caicos, which is an island so small that the biggest traffic problem they have is that you can't listen to an entire song when you're driving anywhere. It's just tiny. And they got like 2 grocery stores at the time. And I'm in this grocery store, and I can tell you something about being the type of, when you live at a holiday, how many of you live in places that are considered holiday destination places, right? Okay, so any of you who live in places like that, here's what you know. There are 3 types of people: residents, transients, and tourists. Now, residents live there, and so you become friends with them. It's worth investing your time in them. Transients are the kind of people that come every year, and they might be worth investing your time with. Tourists, don't bother. I mean, the worst thing that could happen is you could really just fall in love with them and think they're the most friends in the world, and then never come back. It's just not worth the heartbreak. So tourists, you just kind of ignore. So when you live in a place like that, you don't even see the tourists. You don't even barely see them. It's like that thing about, you know, when you decide you want to buy a car and all of a sudden that car is everywhere. Well, it was always there. Tourists are like that. They're just people. So I'm standing in the grocery store and there's a person a tourist in front of me. You know how I know he was a tourist? He was wearing tourist shorts. He was wearing a tourist shirt. He had tourist hair, and he was buying tourist groceries. I mean, he was a tourist. But suddenly I saw him differently. It was Harv Eker. It was Harv Eker. He's standing there. Now, here's the thing, guys. I wouldn't have seen him if his name wasn't on the board. Do you understand? If I didn't doubt my doubts, if I didn't have 1% belief, I wouldn't even have seen him. But there was this small part of my brain that said, you wrote Harv's name on the board, you better keep an eye out for him. Do you guys get the magic of this? I wouldn't have seen him. So what are the things you haven't seen in the past because you refused to doubt your doubts? What are the things you haven't seen in the past because you couldn't find 1% belief? What things have you bypassed in the past? No, let's not spend a lot of time on that though. Let's think more about what are you going to see in the future because you've decided to doubt your doubts? What are you going to see in the future because you've decided that 1% belief is enough to get you started, right? Oh, and by the way, if it doesn't stop there, how about this? How many of you have ever seen a famous person or celebrity type person? You've seen them, but you didn't walk up and say hello. How many have ever had that? Yeah, I'm not going to walk up and say hello to the guy. He's on vacation. Why would I do that? Except, can you imagine explaining to my wife, we wrote his name on the board. I saw him in the grocery store, but I didn't go up and say hello. Can you imagine that? See, here's the other thing about doubting your doubts. Here's the other thing about getting some belief, is it forces you to take action when opportunities pop in front of you. Because you just can't. Like you can't, look, I don't know. I don't care what your spiritual or religious beliefs are. Law of attraction, God, I don't care. Bottom line is if you pray and ask for something through whatever spiritual mechanism you do, and then the universe drops a clue in your path and you don't follow that clue, you basically just said F you to the universe. You can't, it doesn't work. That's what you did. So you can't see Harv there and go, oh, you just have no choice. So what do? I go, Harv. Hi, my name's Eric Edmeans. You and I met once many years ago in Singapore. Of course, you don't remember, but here we are in Turks and Caicos. He turns around and he's like, oh my God, so good to see you. Are you on vacation here? And I go, no, I live here. And he goes, oh, I've got a house here too. You know where his house was? 5 minutes down the road from my house. No kidding. 5 minutes down the road from my house. You know where I had dinner that night? I had dinner at Harv's house. We had a barbecue. You know what he tried to do that night? Two things. He tried to recruit me to become a speaker for his company. What would that mean? It would mean traveling all over the world, teaching the Millionaire Mind seminar for thousands of people. I wanted to become a speaker and I didn't want to take shortcuts. I wanted to take shortcuts. I didn't want to start with small crowds. And here's Harv trying to recruit me to become a speaker for his. And then as we're talking about that, and he's learned a little bit about my background and he realizes I'm a genuine, true entrepreneur and not a speaker entrepreneur, because you know, there's a lot of pretenders, right? There's a lot of that. And he's like, he started to realize I was a real guy. You know what he tried to do now? He tried to sell the company to me. And I'm not kidding you. He tried to sell me the largest seminar company in the world. I was like, wow, that would be a shortcut, wouldn't it? Really? Like that could. Now, in the end, I didn't want to buy his seminar company, but a company called Success Resources did, a company that I've done lots of work with. But here's what's really crazy. What the hell happened here? How did this all, like, it sounds bloody unlikely, doesn't it? It sounds like some kind of weird Hollywood script, except it's not. When you doubt your doubts and you accept belief, your life becomes a Disney story instead of a Hitchcock story. That's just the truth of it. That's what happens. When you start to doubt your doubts and you start to open up to belief, everything begins to change. And so I want to start you guys with a question or a topic here. And here's really what it is. The question is, or the statement to start with, is that I really do believe that you're one talk away from something major. And I don't know what it is for you. I don't know what it is for you, but what I can tell you is that in my life, I was on a bus one day and Vishen Lakhiani was on the bus with me because we were at an event together. And for those of you who don't know who Vishen is the founder of Mindvalley. And I already knew that I wanted to try to get my Mindvalley program, my WildFit program, on the Mindvalley platform. But what many of you won't know is that back then they had 80 authors on their platform and they had just made a decision to cut it down to 15. So here I am wanting to get added on while they're cutting off, right? And so what did I do? And we're going to talk a lot more about this when we get into ideal target markets and all kind of stuff, but I want you to hear this, is that I'm sitting on the bus and there's Vishen. And if you really ever want to market to somebody, the very first thing you have to do is not sell yourself and not self-promote yourself and all that stuff. I saw some of you commenting, I'm afraid of self-promotion. We're going to talk about that, but that's actually not the best path. The best path is to listen, isn't it? So I start listening. Vishen, what are you up to these days? You know, what are you excited about? What's going on for you? And, you know, he says, oh, I'm really into biohacking at the moment. I'm really fascinated about biohacking. And I was speaking at this conference the next day. And I said, oh my God, really? And he goes, yeah, it's just, that's what I'm really fascinated about right now. I'm organizing an event all about biohacking. And I go, well, that's crazy because my talk tomorrow is about biohacking. Now, do you understand? You see, I needed to get to him. And so and I know something about him. He is busy. So that means he's not necessarily going to be able to come and show up for every talk. In fact, he's pretty selective. He'll talk for the people that are well-established and he'll go and listen to the talks for the people who are well-established and famous. But somebody like me, he might not show up. I don't know. But now what I've done is listened to him. And then I've given him back the very thing he's looking for. And by the way, I wasn't lying. I just realized that now I needed to change my talk slightly. I was already talking about evolutionary biology. And frankly, if you don't understand this, if you don't understand evolutionary biology, you should not be biohacking. You know, like, let me put it to you another way. If you don't understand the basic mechanics of your car, you should not be hacking your car. See the idea here? Same thing. If you don't understand your basic evolutionary biology and psychology, you shouldn't be biohacking. And so I just brought that theme to the overall talk. And then I did my talk. And then Vishen came up to me after that and he said, would you please come and speak at our biohacking conference in Mykonos? And that's how it all began. I went and did that talk, and we'll talk more about that later as well when we talk about the formula for creating talks. But I went and did that talk, got invited to do a second talk, and as a result of that was offered a publishing contract that has become a multi-million-dollar contract that served tens of thousands of people in over 100 countries around the world because I listened one day, because I doubted my doubts, because I was willing to believe. Now, I'm not the only one who's had this experience, and it's not the only thing that's happened to me. In fact, you know, I was talking about some of the crazy, unlikely stuff. Like, here, let me give you another crazy, unlikely event. You cannot imagine what this is like for me. I'm just me. I'm an immigrant to Canada. I grew up in a broken alcoholic home. I was homeless on the streets at 15 years old. And by the way, I wasn't homeless in Los Angeles. You want to kick some butt. Homeless in LA is like easy. There's people throwing water bottles at you on the street. I mean, designer water. No, I was homeless in Edmonton, Alberta. For those of you who aren't really familiar, just think Siberia, right? Like I'm just saying, I didn't have this like perfect upbringing. And so for me to suddenly get a letter from the Senate of Canada to ask me to come to Canada to get a medal for the work that I've done through Wildfit around the world, like even today, I have a hard time reconciling with that. Like even today, there's a part of my brain that goes, did that really happen? And then I got to go look at the picture in the video and I go, oh yeah, it did. It really did. Doubt your doubts. Doubt your doubts and be willing to experiment. Be willing to ask the question, what are you one talk away from? You see, Simon Sinek, who was Simon Sinek before he was Simon Sinek? He was just Simon Sinek. But then one day he did a talk, a TEDx talk, and his speaking fees added a zero. His best-selling books went crazy all over the world. Like that one talk. Now, I'm not saying there wasn't other work involved. Of course there wasn't. But here's the good news that many of you don't know. You've already done a lot of the work. You already have. You've lived your life. And your life is your life experiences. And your life experiences are your perspectives. And your perspective are what you're going to talk about. So you've already done a lot of the work. Just like he had. Brené Brown goes off and does one TEDx talk. She does one TEDx talk. And you know what she did? She did something very different in this TEDx talk compared to her other talks. She used to talk scientifically and dispassionately about vulnerability. But this time she decided to actually be vulnerable in her talk. And so her talk goes on YouTube. She didn't know it was going to happen. And then all of a sudden it's got 500 views and 600 views and 5,000 views. And she, no kidding, calls the organizer and says, can you please take that video off the internet? Because it's just going, and they're like, no. And it goes up to millions of views. Now she's many multi-best-selling books later, her speaking fees. I tried to hire her once many years ago, Like I'm talking, and it's bigger now. I tried to hire her once many years ago. At the time, her speaking fees were $30,000. They wrote back, she wasn't busy. They had already confirmed she was available for those dates. But they wrote back and said, yeah, she's just decided she doesn't want to travel that week. Now, hold on a minute, you guys. How many of you would like to be able to go, $30,000 for a few hours work? I don't really feel like it. Anybody want that? That's a hell of a nice feeling, I can tell you. It's a really nice feeling. One talk can change everything. And I will tell you that even, how many of you have read Becoming Michelle Obama? Who's read this book? Wow, more of you should read it. And I don't care what your politics are. I don't care if you're on the other side. It's not about that. She is a phenomenal writer and woman, and she's done a great job with that book. And yeah, and the documentary just came out. And by the way, speaking of documentaries, Brené Brown now has a documentary on Netflix. Why? Because of one talk that broke her name out to the world. But there's a section in the Becoming Obama book, Becoming Michelle book, that that we've talked about in the masterclass, but I want to remind you of it. And that is that Barack one day did a talk when he was just a lowly politician in Chicago, and he did this talk, and it wasn't very many people even, but something about that talk ignited the press, and the press started asking him questions about national policy instead of state policy. And that put him on the national stage. And years later, he and Michelle would be sitting having dinner in the White House. And before I say this, how many of you have had the experience as you got older and you started having a little bit of success that you found yourself in a really nice hotel room and you kind of felt like you were trespassing? Anybody ever have that feeling? Oh my God, if they catch me now. Well, like I've had that. I've been sitting in the business class section of the plane, having bought a business class ticket and going, are they going to let me stay here? So can you imagine if you've had that feeling, can you imagine what it must have been like for Barack and Michelle? Like, let's be clear. The odds of America electing an African-American president, like never mind the other odds of just being president anyway, 1 in 300 million, right? But the two of them are sitting there in the White House going, and they would often talk about that one talk. And they often felt that it was that one talk that made the difference. So here's the question I have for you. And I want to do this 2 different ways. The first way I want to do it is with you right now, just thinking, is I just want you to be just giving some thought to what you are one talk away from. And I want you to give some thought to what you are one talk away from. And I want to give you some ideas before I get you to do that. And you're gonna be thinking about what you're one talk away from. And as you're thinking about what you're one talk away from, I want you to write a list of these things. And the reason I want you to do this is that in a minute, I'm going to put you into breakout rooms where you're going to share with each other what you might be one talk away from. But one of the things that's really important for you to know about this is that this is where you have to doubt your doubts. Start here. So if you start to say to yourself, well, I could be one talk away, from a best-selling book, but there's that little voice inside that says, no, then you just need to doubt that doubt. You just need to doubt that doubt and proceed and write it down and just be willing. Because I'm telling you right now, I have written down things that have changed my life. And I swear sometimes it's just because you created awareness. I told this example before. I've used it many times, but I want to remind you of it. How many of you have had this experience? You one day decide there's a particular type of car you would like to buy, and all of a sudden that car is everywhere. How many of you have had this experience? Okay. Now, many times motivational speakers will use this example, but I think they get it wrong because they then say, why couldn't you see the car before? But I would argue you always could see the car before, because if you couldn't see the car before, you would have tried to change lanes into where it was or park where it was parked, or you would have been in many, many car accidents. I know. I wanted to buy a Jeep one day, the very first time, and all of a sudden there were Jeeps everywhere. Well, they were there before. If I hadn't seen them, I would have been driving into them constantly. Of course you see them, but the distinction is you don't necessarily see them for what they are. And all that has to happen for you to see them for what they are is that you suddenly have to place slightly higher value on them. The minute you place slightly higher value on them, your brain will start to filter them in and you'll see them. So suddenly there's Jeeps everywhere. Give me a high five if it makes sense to you guys. Are you with me? Okay. So if that's true, then what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to have you place value on the opportunities around you. I'm having you, I want to placed value on it. Like, for example, when I wrote Harv's name on the board, I placed value on the possibility of meeting him. If I hadn't written his name on the board, I probably wouldn't have seen him in the lineup. So what I'm saying to you is doubt your doubts and believe a little bit. And I'm going to ask you to simply think about what are some of the things that you might be one talk away from. So here's some potential examples. It could be, for example, I've already said, a best-selling book. Could be a documentary. It could be raising money for your company. Could be recruiting people for your company. Could be selling stuff, like a big contract. Could be a political campaign. I can tell you, I can see a whole bunch of people right now that I think would make a better leader of the country than whatever country you're in at the moment. I don't even know what country you're in, and I already know you'd probably be a better leader than the elected one. You know how I know that? Here's a clue. If you want to be president of the country, you probably shouldn't be. If you want to be president, you probably shouldn't be. It should be drafted, right? That's not a job I want at all. Probably means I might be able to do a good job of it, because when you're there for the significance of it, you're not going to do a great job. So what I'm saying is, isn't it possible that one of us out there decides we want to go change the world, and we give a speech and we change everything? Hey, wait a second now. Didn't Winston Churchill change the world with a couple of speeches? Didn't JFK? Didn't Martin Luther King Jr., didn't he? Now, so I'm saying any number of things could completely change your world by delivering this one talk, one well-constructed, well-delivered talk. And by the way, here's the other thing. You guys have this huge advantage I didn't have. It's a twofold advantage. The one is, when I started off, I didn't have YouTube. Can you imagine what that would have been worth to me, to be able to go onto YouTube and watch furry kittens? To go on YouTube and watch the most phenomenal speakers in the world over and over again. You can right now go and watch JFK doing a speech. You can go right now and watch Martin Luther King Jr. giving a speech. You can go right now and watch Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, Jim Carrey, Robin Williams. Like, you can watch hours of incredible speeches. I couldn't do that. But you know what else is really amazing? Your one talk no longer has to be in front of a big audience. Does it? Isn't it entirely possible that you go and do one talk in front of 30 people, but there's a camera going, and that talk goes on the internet and 5 million people watch it? Could that happen? So I want you to know that you're now in a time when I think storytelling has been valuable for 2 million years. We've had fire for 2 million years. I'm going to guess that that's about how long we've been doing some form of storytelling. And it's been valuable that whole time. But it's now more valuable than ever. And it's only going to become more valuable as we go into this, quote, new normal, where we're probably going to see travel restrictions for a long time, and weird, companies not wanting to do big events, and they're going to want to be digital and this kind of stuff. It's only going to become more powerful to be effective at giving your talk and giving your story. So the question is, what are you one talk away from? And here's what I'd like. I'd like you to do this, 2 things. I'd like you to write down in your own journal some of the things that you think you might be one talk away from. I want you to write down in your own journal. And then when you've written a bunch of them down, I want you to start writing them in the chat. And then I'm going to give you guys an opportunity to have a little bit of a breakout session to go through it. And I'll give you a little bit of, exercise tunes. Okay, welcome back. Now, before I jump in, I've been reading some of your list and it's phenomenal. I mean, it is absolutely phenomenal. And let me ask you something. How many of you allowed yourself to doubt your doubts a little? How many of you did this? Now, let me ask you this. How many of you felt good doing that? Like, how many of you felt good writing these things down? Yeah. Okay. How many of you felt a little resistance, like not good? Anybody feel a bit of that? Okay. So if you felt a little bit of that, here's what that is. That's this little part of your ego that's trying to protect you from getting hurt. So it's like, it's that little part of you that at some point in time you set a goal and you didn't achieve the goal and then you beat yourself up about it. And so there's a little party that's like, well, don't set goals too big because, you might get hurt, or you might let yourself down. And so I want you to know that the way we're going to be looking at goals is very different. It's not about this has to happen for me to be happy. This has to happen for me to be successful. This has to happen for this to be outstanding. This is more a question of, wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be great if this happened? I'm not attached to it, but it's like, wouldn't it be just awesome if it happened? When I put those 3 names down on the board, I didn't like immediately start working at making that stuff happen. I just started watching for the opportunities. And so when I got the phone call from Tony Robbins saying, could you come teach business? The truth is, guys, saying yes wasn't the smartest thing in the world. Like, really think about it. I hadn't been on stage anywhere for 3 years. No practice for 3 years. And the first talk I'm going to do is somebody else's material in front of Tony Robbins. I mean, that's a huge risk, isn't it? But I'd written his name on the board. So the universe, you guys must know the old joke about the guy that gets the warning about the flood. I got to tell it anyway, because it's just so appropriate to this exact situation. The news, there's the flood coming, and the guy's like looking at the news going, wow, there's a flood. And his neighbors come by and go, come on, we got to go. We got to evacuate. And he goes, no, God will take care of me. I've got me and God. I've got Jesus on my side. And so they leave, and then the water level comes up a little bit, and then the police come by in a canoe, and they're in a canoe up to his front door. And they're like, dude, jump in the canoe. Come on. And he goes, no, me and Jesus, I got it handled. I'm trusting in God here. And they paddle away, and then the water level's up, and he's now up on the 2nd floor of his place. And then now he's got to climb out onto the roof, and the water levels come up, and then this helicopter comes by and drops down a ladder. Grab the ladder, dude, grab the ladder. The water's rising. And he's like, it's okay. I got God. God's got my back. And then the water level rises up a little bit more, and the guy's like treading water, and then he's like panicking, and then he slips below the water. And when he wakes up, he's at the pearly gates, dead. And he walks up to St. Peter, and he's like, what the hell? What the hell? I had faith. I had total faith in God. And look what happened. And St. Peter said, oh my God, sir, I'm so sorry that we let you down. Let me just check here. Let me just check the records. Well, according to my records, we issued news bulletins that there was a flood coming. Then we sent your neighbors over to rescue. Then we sent the police in the canoe, and we even sent you a damn helicopter. What's wrong with you? And so that's what we're talking about here, is not putting this big goal that you get depressed about or upset about if it doesn't happen. It's more a matter of saying, I'm up for it. I'm up for a helicopter rescuing me. I'm up for somebody asking me to do a documentary. I'm up for being in a film. Who's up for being on Oprah? Come on. Who's up for being on Super Soul Sunday? Who's up for it? There you go. Be up for it. Just be up for it. So what I want to do now is I'm going to put you guys into breakout rooms. And, oh, I think I am. It doesn't appear that I can do that. Kelsey?
I've got it, Eric. Just give your instructions and I'll send them.
Okay, Kelsey's going to put you guys into breakout rooms. And what you're going to do in the breakout rooms is very straightforward. You're going to pick a leader, first of all, that's just going to be controlling the time. And the way you're going to pick the leader is very simple. You're going to all nominate a leader the minute you get in the room, and whoever gets the most nominations is the leader. That's just how it is. So just, you can nominate yourself, you can nominate somebody else, but within seconds, whoever has the first nominations is the leader. And then all I'm going to ask you guys to do is go around the circle and just kind of spend about a minute doing a wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be nice if I did this one talk that created all of this? And you're just going to start like that. Wouldn't it be great if I could do this one talk and it would create all of this? And Kelsey, we're going to go with rooms of 5 and 6. And so you're going to just say, wouldn't it be nice if I could just do this one talk, and this one talk created all these opportunities for me. It, you know, resulted in this, it created that. It just was phenomenal. And then you're just going to talk about it just with real like passion about, wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be exciting? You know, think about it like you're planning a vacation. Wouldn't it be awesome to be, wouldn't it be awesome to just go down the street, frankly? But that's a different travel issue at the moment. But you know what I'm saying? Like when you're planning something, you don't have to be attached to it. You just kind of think to yourself, you know, wouldn't it be nice? And so you're going to have that conversation. But here's the thing. When you have finished, your team is going to tell you how they can see it on you. They can see it on you, you know, so you're going to have Wendy. Wendy's going to be going, wouldn't it be nice if this happened? And wouldn't it be nice if that happened? And then, you know, and then Georgia's going to be on her team maybe. And Georgia's going to go, Wendy, I totally see you on Oprah. I see it right now. I see it. In fact, you know what I can see? I can see you on Oprah and doing so well. They invite you back. You understand? Like you're going to be each other's cheerleaders for this. So it's going to take about 2 minutes per person if you really think about it, because you want 1 minute for the person to go on there, wouldn't it be nice if rant, and then a minute or so of feedback. So you're talking about a 10-minute exercise. We're going to give you that. Now listen to me about breakout rooms. Please participate. You're investing your time and money. You're here. And when you don't participate, if anybody skips out on participate, it's not just you that gets harmed by that. It's the whole team. And here's why. In a live event, if you check out, I can see that you've checked out, and I can go and fix the team, and I can put somebody else in the room with you. Here, I can't see if you've just gone camera off or you've decided this is your time to go to the bathroom because you're, you know, socially, you're feeling a little social anxiety and you don't feel like connecting with people or what have you. If you're going to be a speaker, let me tell you something right now. You got to get over that. You know, you're just going to have to, right? So I'm asking you, please, if you can't do it for you, then, and by the way, I know I'm spending a lot of time on something that's I'm only talking to about 4 people right now. I know that you're all in, but there's always 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. And I'm talking to those people right now. Remember that if you can't do it for you, please do it for the team. It's important that your team has a team there. Does that make sense to everybody? Are you all in? Okay. So Kelsey, you want to put them into groups of 4 and 5. And you nominate the leader as soon as you go in. 1 minute, each person rants about, wouldn't it be nice if all this happened? And then 1 minute where the team comes back and says, I totally see it for you. I totally see it for you. Then on to the next person. And go. Okay, welcome back. Was that fun? Okay, here's what I'd like. With a little hand raising, I want to hear from some of you, but I don't want to hear what wouldn't it be nice for you. I want to hear what you see for some of the people that you just spoke with. And you don't have to remember every name. It's not about that. I just want you to hear what are some of the things that you got really excited about for other people. So let's see who's up first. I've got Georgia, here you go. You are unmuted and live.
Hi, you guys. Hi, Eric. So one of the things that I saw was I could see we had a gentleman, and he said he wanted to go and help businesses, and I could see him stand and help the leaders in the businesses, and I could see him in this amazing boardroom, and he has all of the people seated around him, and he's up in front and he's speaking, and all these people are just accepting the information because of the way he's delivering it and the way he's connecting to his audience, and they're able to take that back to their teams and make a massive change.
Nice. That sounds good. And by the way, do you guys hear how clear it is for her to see it? Isn't that interesting? Like really often, if you can just get far enough to articulate your desire or your dream, you'll find that other people are actually able to fill in some of the detail that you didn't even know about potentially. They can get quite excited about it. Let's go over to Rebecca. You're up and you're live.
Oh, thank you. I heard some fantastic individuals in my little breakout room. A few of them touched my heart, especially when he mentioned that he wanted to make it more worldwide renowned about some of the struggles that occur with the chemotherapy or anything else that happens, maybe even mentally and physically. Like that's something that kind of touched my soul. I would really appreciate if someone started something along those lines. And then I heard from a few others that they wanted to embark on their own traveling adventures, go on some first line classes, flights to become an international traveler and speaker. I thought those were amazing. And one way that they mentioned is one's working on a memoir. And I really hope to see that published because that would be fantastic. But yeah, that was from the room I was in.
That's awesome. Good stuff. Good stuff. Very, very good. And Rusty, how are you? Oh,
I'm fantastic. Oh, no, don't unmute that one. Don't unmute that one.
hello. Okay, Rusty, when you've got that sorted out, let us know. Rama.
Hi, I remember Rusty. She has this wonderful book, Sons of Angry Mothers, which she wants to become compulsory reading in every school. I see it happening around the world, not just in the country that she's in. I can so see that. I had Monica again, who dreams of having a world where children have good food choices as the default mode. And I think that is so cool, because today your big pressure is not that you want your kids to eat right. How do I keep them from, all the others and the pressures that are all around us? I liked Jim, who wants to spread people to realize the value of start valuing themselves. And he's already doing random acts of kindness where people are not expecting it. And two of the people were talking about coping with divorce and the aftermath of divorce. And he says the first part of it is for a person to realize that, okay, there's a mess, so what? It doesn't change my value. I am valuable. And I think that is such an important and such a wonderful thing that he's going to be able to spread across the world. And we are going to see people who are more confident and more full of self-esteem, thanks to Jim. I love Leslie, and she talked again about single people being able to, raise very happy children and be very comfortable in their skin about being single. And I thought that was enormous.
Good deal.
And Rusty was amazing. I'm waiting for Sons of Angry Mothers.
Rama, that's outstanding. So let me ask everybody, thank you guys all for sharing. If I didn't get to you this time, please put your hands down for the next question. But here's what I want to ask you, a different question right now. And this is kind of tricky. How many of you believe that the people in your group really have those things out there in escrow, out there in their future, like that those things are genuinely possible? How many of you believe that? Okay. And how many of you doubt that it's true for you? Okay. I hope you see the problem with this, right? Like everybody believes in you. It's just you we got to bring along too. If you're one of the, if you're raising your hand for that, right? And it's just a quirky thing about the way we often feel is that we often have this idea of, yeah, we can see the greatness in others, but for some reason, we're not so willing to see the greatness in ourselves. And that's where we introduce this idea of doubting our doubt and letting our beliefs come in and just saying, wouldn't it be great if these things happened? And it absolutely transforms some stuff. Okay, so that's what kind of gets us started here, because you see, if you want to design that one talk that's going to change everything for you, for other people, and so on, the first thing you really have to do is get clear about why. You know, that's what happened to me is I got to this point where I was so afraid of public speaking, but I became so impassioned about my topic. And here's the breakthrough that I had. I had a topic that if I shared it in front of an audience, could help people recover from diseases, could help people turn around their diabetes, could help them, you know, lose weight, could help them improve their fertility, could help them improve their cognition and their mental capacity. Like I knew that what I was offering people was a truly foundational, life-changing thing. I knew that it was totally possible. I just was too afraid. And then I realized how selfish that was. You see, think about this. Let's say there's 100 people in a room and I'm offered the opportunity to speak. And let's say 80 of the 100 people in that room are sick in some way. They've got issues with food. They've got blood sugar problems. They've got autoimmune issues, digestive issues. They've got headaches. They're tired at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They don't have enough energy for their husband or their wife, or they don't have enough energy for their children. Their memory's not quite working. Their sex drive's kind of gone a little sideways. Their hormones are unbalanced. I mean, is it fair to say that maybe 80% of the room will be dealing with something like that? And so when I decide that I'm not willing to walk up in front of that room, even though I have the knowledge they need, because I'm afraid, by the way, what am I even afraid of? Is anything, what is the worst thing that can happen to me when I walk up there? Nada. I mean, nada, like nothing's going to happen. What are they going to do? Throw rotten tomatoes? We don't do that anymore. There's nothing that could happen. And so what am I afraid of? I'm afraid of some weird esoteric concept of rejection that I learned when I was 12. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to rob all the people in the audience of my message because of my selfish fear. Oh, great one. Michelle, I could get embarrassed. Okay. What do you think is more painful? Your 5 minutes of embarrassment or somebody developing diabetes and losing a foot, eyesight, and dying 20 years early? And I don't know. Embarrassment can be pretty bad, but I'm thinking that not being willing to do it out of our own fear is just really, truly selfish. And so what we want to do is we want to get over that. And we want to get to a place where we can walk out in the world. So part of that is getting really clear about what's in it for us. And so now the next exercise is we've talked about what, and I think some of you already did this a little bit, but what I want from you guys now is the same thing, except all external. So if you think about the message or messages that you might want to get out to the world, I want to know who might be impacted and how. And here's what I mean by this. When I decided to launch WildFit, who might be impacted? Just about anybody with a mouth, right? Anybody who eats maybe could be impacted. Okay. And how might they be impacted? Well, I have to admit that at the time, I didn't realize how big it could be, but I did know it could be big. What I mean is that I knew at that point that there was a massive impact in helping people lose weight or helping people balance their blood sugar. I didn't realize that we would have, many cases of various diseases in remission and type 2 diabetes recovered from and all this kind of stuff. I didn't know the full picture of it, but the fact is that I knew that something like that could happen. I knew what was in it for the other people. When I started teaching public speaking, well, I went after the same target audience, people with a mouth. right? Like, they can speak. So that's literally almost anybody could be helped by that. But then how could they be helped? And I realized they could be helped in so many ways. They could be helped because they feel free, because they finally feel like they can communicate. They can finally ask the world for what they want. They now know how to talk to a policeman or a lawyer if they need to. They know how to talk to a doctor. They know how to talk to their parents. Like, they know they can get their dream out to the world. You see, so it's one thing to look at it like, what is the one talk away for you? The best-selling book, the appearance on Oprah, the movie, the documentary, raising money for your company, running for a political campaign, any of those things. But then the next issue is, what might your message or messages do for the world? Who might you help and how might you help them? And I want you to do this exercise in the chat this time, not in the breakout just yet. In the chat, I want you to just give me some ideas of who you might be helping and how you might be helped. But I want you to take it to an extreme beyond what you currently think. And here's why. When I started WildFit, I thought I might help people eat a little better, have a little more energy, lose a little weight, be healthier. Now I see how many people we've been able to help and how much we've helped them. It's bigger than I even dreamed. And I'm going to assume that it might be true for you as well. I'm going to assume that it's possible that the impact you could have might be bigger than what you think it is. So I want to know from you in the chat, who might be helped by your message or messages and how might they be helped? Go. Okay, that is excellent. That's awesome. By the way, anybody feeling a bit inspired reading this? I am. And so Kelsey, we're going to go back to breakout rooms, but here's the way the breakout room is going to work. In the breakout room, you're simply going to start like this. When my messages get out to the world, this is what's going to happen. You're going to say it positively and certainly. It's not like, well, if my message were to get out to the world, then it could be that 4 people could save 25 cents on their groceries. Like, you're going to say like, when my message gets out to the world, millions of people will change their eating habits and we will reverse diseases like crazy and reduce the burden on the healthcare systems around the world while changing food production, food regulation, and education. Do you understand what I'm saying here? Now, I know some of you, your message might not be as big as what I just said, and now you might feel intimidated because, wow, Eric's thing was so big. No, yours might be this. Yours might be like, when I get my message out to the world, people will feel absolutely confident to homeschool their children and raise a generation of powerful people. Do you understand? It could be 20 kids. I don't care if it's 2 million or 20. I don't care. I care that you care. So in the breakout room, same rules. You're going to nominate the leader. The leader's just taking care of time. And each of you, you're going to go just for 1 minute. When my message gets out to the world, this is what's going to happen. And you're going to say it. You're going to say it like you're convincing these people, like you're showing them your certainty that it's actually going to happen. You're going to speak with the certainty in your body. I really want you to think about this before you do this exercise. Like, hey, one of the problems with these, kind of like online experiences is you're so used to watching TV, really, watching screens, and you kind of sit and, it's, oh, yeah, when my message gets out to the world. No, you're going to, if you can stand, you can stand. If you can sit tall. You're going to generate some oxygen in your lungs and you're going to go, get your pumped up energy. And you're going to go, when my message gets out to the world, lives will be transformed everywhere, whatever your statement is. Does this make sense to you all? All right. Same group sizes and about 1 minute per person with about 30 seconds of feedback-ish. So you're talking 90 seconds times 5. Give them 10 minutes again. That's how generous I am, Kelsey. That's how generous I am. 10 minutes. See you back here in 10 minutes. All right, welcome back. Welcome back. So here's my question for you now. How many of you felt like you could get a little caught up in the other person's mission? Like you wanted them to succeed and you might have wanted to help them. How many of you felt like that? That's the point. You see, you guys just did self-promotion. Didn't you? I mean, you didn't, but the fact is that we all have this idea of what self-promotion is, and self-promotion isn't talking about how great you are. It's talking about what you're going to do. It's talking about what you're going to create for people, you know? And so you guys stand there, and I got this lesson massively one day from one of my own workshops. My own audience taught me the lesson, because see, what happened was I was teaching, and I was talking about marketing. And I was talking about the power of your mission. And I said, you know, the thing is, if your mission is to, like, you suddenly go, yeah, I'm organizing I'm organizing a drive, and I'm going to try and feed 5 families this weekend. You'd be like, oh, that's cool. Great. Well done. But if that same person said, I'm organizing a drive, I'm going to try and feed 5 million families this weekend. You're like, can I help? Because you immediately know they're going to need help, and the mission is so big, and now you want to be part of it. It's a movement, right? And so it was really weird. But at some point, somebody goes, well, what's your mission with WildFit? And this is before we got WildFit like published anywhere. It was just us selling WildFit, you know, 100 clients a year kind of a thing. It was a hobby. Honestly, it was a hobby. And then one of my business freedom clients in a seminar said, well, what's your mission for WildFit? And I just didn't even think about it, because I'd never really thought of the mission for it. It was so in me that I'd never put it in words. And I just turned and I said, oh, the mission for WildFit is to radically improve a billion people's relationships with food, to massively improve their quality of life, change their buying patterns so that we change the food production patterns, so that we can change food regulation, food legislation, food education, and take the burden off the healthcare system. And I just bam, out like that. And no kidding, the audience started clapping. They just started clapping out of the blue, like applause, just spontaneously. And I want you to know that that's what passion can do. That's what your mission can do. When you are really clear about the impact you can have, there are going to be more people that want to help you. How about this? How many of you felt like, wow, if I knew a place, you just heard your team, if I knew a place that I could help this person get a talk, I would get them on the stage? How many of you feel like you would do that? Yeah, because you're in now, right? It's not like they just went to you. Here's self-promotion. I'm a speaker, and like I speak about like civil rights, and I want to, you know, help people have a better. No. I have a message to share that will absolutely free people from the bondage of the current structures in society and allow them to live the fullest expression of themselves. You want to get it out so that people go, I'm in. And that's what you guys just did. And you did a great job of it. I wanted you to do both of these things, to get clear about what's in it for you and to get clear about what's in it externally, so that you really know why you're here for these days. And so I want to ask you a question. I'm really curious. How many of you right now have just a little bit of belief that it's possible that we're going to help you to design a talk and then help you to be able to deliver it and have it be the foundation of significant transformation, both in your life and your measure of impact? How many of you have a little bit of belief of that? Okay. That's where we start. That's where we start. Monica, it's going to get bigger. It's going to get bigger. So, I got to tell you, in this situation, size matters. We're going to get it. The belief is going to get bigger. All right. So we're now going to move into, I want to give you a bit of an overview of what we're going to be covering. And we're going to move into, in a sense, a bit of like sort of teaching mode. And then once we've executed through that, we're going to have, oh, actually, sorry, I skipped a step. Before we go into teaching mode, we're going to actually have a break. So you can go and use the washroom and get some water and stuff like that. But I want you to know what's going to happen when we come back from the break. When we come back from the break, we're going to go into teaching mode. So I'm going to give you an overview of all the things that we're going to be doing in the rough order we're going to be doing them. Then I'm going to go through all of them with you in sort of teaching mode, and you will be able to ask questions at the end of each section. And then once we've gone through all of that material, then we're going to start going through it in workshop form. And what that means is you're going to be doing actual stuff. So this is not a TV show where you just sit and watch me talk about stuff. This is where First, I'm going to share some stuff with you, and then you're going to actually start putting this stuff into practice. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break right now, bio break, go get a drink. And by the way, listen to me, guys, drink a lot of water. You want your brain to operate well for this workshop. Keep yourself well hydrated all the time. I'm doing it too. Okay. So please make sure that you're doing that. So go top up your water bottles and then return the water that you've been borrowing. You know, it's a cycle, and grab a snack and one more thing, go move around a little bit. Like actually move around. Don't just walk to go get the water. Like touch your toes a little, move your body. I want you to know that if you look at brain scans of people that have been sitting for too long, their brains shut off. It's like the off button to the brain is in the bum. You just sit on the bum for too long, brain turns off. So what we need to do is get up every now and again, move around, because I've seen it. You look at a brain scan of somebody who's just been walking around, boom, all of a sudden it's like fireworks going off in there. And so we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to start. I'm going to give you an overview of the structure, and then I'm going to start teaching step by step by step. And then we're going to start putting your talks together. Are you excited? All right. 10-minute break starts now. Welcome back. Was it a good break? Good deal. All right. So we are, we're going to be talking about a number of different things about putting a talk together, but I want to remind you that my objective is to help you design a talk that is very easy to deliver, that doesn't require you to use notes, that allows you to be flexible with your time delivery. In other words, if somebody wants you to do a 20-minute talk, you can do a 20-minute talk. And if somebody wants you to do a 90-minute talk, you can do the same talk, more or less, but in 90 minutes. And I want that talk to have what we call broad spectrum appeal, which means that you may be asked to speak for an audience that isn't necessarily your ideal target market, but that even the people in the audience that aren't your ideal target market still like the talk. And that's a big thing that we're going to talk about. And ultimately, I want you to be able to create this talk during this workshop. And then I want you to now know how to create a talk like that so that you can do it again and you can do it again. And of course, you can always come back and do another one of these workshops and have me guide you through it. I'm happy to do that. Of course I am. But I also want you to be self-sufficient. I also want you to know how to do it, because here's the thing. You might want to come back one time and do it with me again. Absolutely. 2 or 3 or 4 times, whatever. Some of you might want to come out and do the full-on speech writing retreat that we do once, you know, you're allowed to get on a plane again and all that stuff, right? But here's the deal. One day you might be at a conference and they might suddenly say, hey, Amy, get on the stage. We need somebody on the stage right now. Anne, you're next, right? And you need to be able to take this formula and construct a talk and be able to walk onto the stage, because here's the thing. It might happen after you've already been on the stage. Think about that. You've already done your talk and then they ask you to fill more time. Are you with me? And so you need to be able to do it. So I want to share with you 2 stories that demonstrate this incredibly well. If you've done any of our online speaking programs, you've certainly heard versions of these before, but I want to share them with you just so you really get the leverage here of what's going to happen. The first one is, I mentioned to you, I'm on the bus with Vishen Lakhiani. I make a comment to him because he's interested in biohacking, that I'm going to be, you know, speaking about biohacking. He decides to show up for my talk. I modify my talk enough that it's on track. He's in the room. He's impressed. Why is he impressed? Because my talk has broad spectrum appeal, stories, all the stuff we're going to talk about today. He comes up to me and he says, you need to come out to Mykonos and you need to speak. And I wasn't doing a lot of speaking at that time. So I just said yes, because I figured I had the space in my calendar. And at the same time, my good friend Colin Sprake from Vancouver, Canada said, would you come and speak at our Make Your Mark conference some random weekend in May? And I'm like, yeah, no problem. I'll do that. What I didn't realize is that they were both on the same weekend. And one of them is in Vancouver and the other one's in Mykonos. I don't know how familiar you are with your geography. I know, for example, occasionally I've traveled around this one country just to the south of Canada, and some of those people don't even know where Canada is. So I don't know if you get it, but Mykonos and Greece are not close to each other. And so I jumped on stage in Vancouver. I did my talk, literally ran from the stage, literally ran. Remember what literally means. Literally means that it actually happened. So your head did not literally explode. I just want to be clear that we learn that. As a speaker, you don't want to make mistakes like that. So I literally ran off the stage, jumped into a taxi, limo actually, and then zoomed to the airport, caught 3 flights, arrived in Mykonos, and then had to immediately walk on the stage. Immediately walk on the stage and do a 20-minute talk. And I did that talk. And that night, we're sitting around at dinner, and Vishen and his wife come to me and they go, Eric, that talk was so great. Thank you so much. So much. We've had a bit of a complaint though from the audience. And I'm like, holy crap, what did I do? I was on stage for 20 minutes. I don't think I swore. What did I do? What's the complaint? And they said, the complaint was that we didn't give you enough time on stage. So could you do another one tomorrow? Could you do another one tomorrow? And I'm like, oh my God, here's the part that you guys don't know. If you want me to talk for 5 hours, I don't have to prepare. You want me to talk for an hour, I'll prepare for a day or 2. You want me to talk for 20 minutes, I'll put a month into that. Like the shorter the talk, the more preparation is needed as far as I'm concerned. And I spent like weeks preparing the talk I did. And now they want me to do another one the next day. And so I'm like, no way. And I go, no problem. And at night I go back to my hotel room and I do everything that I'm going to be showing you over the next couple of days. And then I walk on the stage and I deliver that talk. Standing ovation. Vishen calls me about 3 weeks later and he goes, Eric, thank you so much for coming out to A-Fest. We loved having you there. We'd like you to come back again. By the way, that's incredibly rare. It's very rare for speakers to speak at more than one of those big Mindvalley events. They usually get once the speaker comes and that's about it. There's a few speakers that get to do that. And I was honored to be invited to come back again. But then he goes, we poll all the clients, Eric, and you know, the feedback. And you know, your talk was the second highest rated talk of the whole conference. And I was like, oh my God, thank you so much. That's really sweet. I've never had a promoter. I've never had a producer tell me that before. And there were some amazing speakers there, by the way. I mean, amazing speakers. And I was touched. I'm not competitive that way, but I was touched nonetheless. And then as I'm saying thank you to him, he goes, shut up. I go, what? And he goes, yeah, your other talk, the one you made up the night before, that was the #1 talk of the entire conference. So you were #1 and 2, and you pushed me to the #3 position. He wasn't happy about it. Now, how is it possible that the talk that I made up the night before, that I'd never delivered, that I'd never practiced, could be the highest rated talk of the conference? How's that possible? It doesn't seem likely, does it? But that's because we're going to be using a formula here that plays upon some outstanding principles that are going to help you to be able to do exactly the same thing. And it's going to help you to do one more thing, because I know some of you know this story, and I will do the briefer version of it, but I found myself going to a conference where they wanted to change my time. And you know, speakers don't like that very much. You're scheduled to speak for 45 minutes and the producer comes up and says, we have to cut your time by 30 minutes. Does anybody know how the average speaker responds to that news? It's called temper tantrum. I've seen it. I've seen like professional level speakers that you know their names and they have best-selling books and stuff. And they're like, nah, I planned for 45, I have slides, you know, I flew all this way, and they melt down. And you know what's really crazy? Here's the problem. Sometimes when they melt down, the producer backs down and says, I'll find somebody else and cut the time out of their spot. Now they got their way. You want to know the problem with this? It reconditioned the behavior for them. Do you understand? They're just being taught to use tantrums to control the producers, which means they're not getting booked. Because you might win this one war, but you're not getting booked to come back again after that ridiculous grandstanding, right? So she comes up to me and she's like, you know, she's like, well, I need to cut 15 minutes off your talk. And then she braces herself, right? It's like, I need to cut 15 minutes off your talk. Like totally waiting for the meltdown. And so I just go, no problem. No problem. Really? Yeah, no problem. At this point, she's going, is this guy really a speaker? Like, you know, she's confused that I'm just being so laid back about it. Guys, all I was doing is following the formula I'm about to show you. And I went and used that formula and I changed the little things about my talk to make the formula work. And then I went on stage. But then something really crazy happened. Now I'm doing a 45-minute talk, but I only have 30 minutes. And then when I have about 5 minutes left, I get the 5-minute warning from the back of the room. Now, I want to drop something here for you guys. How many of you have ever seen a speaker acknowledge the time warnings from the back of the room? Oh, I've got 5 minutes. Have you seen that? Doesn't it break the spell? It just breaks the spell. It just breaks the spell. Don't ever do that. Your job is to see the time warning, let the timekeeper know you saw it, and let the audience not know you saw it. That's your goal. And so I see the guy with the 5-minute sign, and the weird thing is he's got this look on his face. Like he's under some kind of stress, and I start thinking, am I going over time or what's this? But then I nod at him like I got it, and I start moving into winding up, and he shows me the 5-minute sign again, and I'm like, what the hell's going on? I already saw it. He knows I saw it. And then I can tell by the look on his face, he wants another 5 minutes. There's something going on backstage. There's a problem. Maybe the microphone's not working for the other. I don't know what it is, but he wants another 5 minutes. So what do? I just carry on. And then he shows me another 5-minute sign. Then he showed me a 15-minute sign. And then he showed me a 30-minute sign. I was on stage for 90 minutes. Heather, please take it easy. It's okay. I made it. I was all right. I was okay with it. Poor Heather and Laura, they're really not. They're like, no! But listen to me right now. I was on stage for 90 minutes. But you know what's magical about it? The audience never knew anything was wrong, and that's my job. Do you understand? The audience is not the client. The producer is the client. And so if there's something wrong, my job is to make sure that nobody knows anything is wrong. And so the formula that we're going to go through for the next few days is exactly what I did to make that work. Is anybody excited? All right, good. Because this is powerful stuff, guys. It really is. I'm honored to be able to share it with people. So what we're going to be talking about as we go through this is we're going to be talking about both design and delivery. So I've been doing seminars on delivery for a very long time. Actually, who here has been to the Speaking Academy? Who's been to Speaking Academy? I'm curious. I see a few of you. Yeah, there you go. So that program is largely about the delivery. We talk a little bit about design and we talk a little bit about speech maps, but mostly that's about delivery. And for many years, people always ask me about design, like how do you design them? And I just, it was one of those things. I didn't have time to add and then a couple of years ago, we started running a program called Speaking Academy 2, where we taught the design phase. And now you guys are getting to do that. And by the way, that program, I think it's $15,000. It's incredibly expensive and I can only take 15 people at a time. You're basically getting this program. Obviously, it's not quite the same because that's only 15 people and it's me and it's a week. I'm not trying to say it's comparative, but the content is just as valuable. I really want you to get that. So we're going to talk about design. We will also talk a little bit about delivery on this program, but mostly what we're focused on is design. And we're focused on design to make sure that you, first of all, design a great talk. So 3 days from now, you're going to have a piece of paper in front of you with a talk that is butt-kickingly good, that you are ready to take out to the world. And you'll then want to work on the delivery. And we will touch on the delivery, but we're also then going to give you strategies for how you can improve the delivery before the day when you really want to go deliver it in that front of that right audience or those right cameras. So does this sound good to you guys so far? Yes? Okay. So some of the things that we're going to cover in this are going to include identifying your target markets, identifying your strategic objectives. We're going to work on content development. We're going to work on story selection. We're going to work on story development. And then we're also going to talk about delivery, broad spectrum appeal, and bonus item, guys. And this is big. We're going to talk about inceptive storytelling. And that is how to construct your talks and your products in such a way that it makes somebody want to buy the next one or attend the next one. So does this all sound good? All right. So in order to do this properly, we're going to go through at a high level first, the creation aspect. So we're going to go through the core creation aspects first, and then we're going to go through the creation aspect in workshop mode. And when we've done that, then we'll work to delivery. So we're going to start with creation, and let me get something going here to help us do that. Okay. So when we look at creation, we already talked about the fact that we're going to talk about our target markets, our strategic objectives, and our content creation. So that's where we're going to be starting with. So the first thing I want to talk about is your target markets. And this is a very important topic because I believe that you have two types of target markets. And what they are is your overall target market and your ideal target market. So let's get clear about what that means. When we're talking about your overall target market, that's everybody that you might have an impact on. And then when you're putting a talk together in a given moment, you might be aiming that talk at a specific group of people. So in my case, for example, my overall target market, say relative to something like WildFit, is basically people who eat food, right? Like it's a huge, wide open overall target market. And then is it possible that I could design a talk specifically for weight loss or specifically for type 2 diabetes reversal or autoimmune disease or emotional eating? Do you understand what I'm saying? That there's the overall target market, everybody that I'd like to reach as a speaker, but then there's the ideal target market that I'm speaking to this particular time. And it's important to make a distinction between those. In fact, you could have the same talk for two different ideal target markets, and they might be perfectly good, same talk both times, but one thing has to change, and that is the title. The title, because the title is the advertisement that gets them to come to the talk. Could be the same talk, but is it possible that I could do one talk that does two different jobs? One is it teaches people how to reverse type 2 diabetes, and the same talk teaches people how to lose weight. Is that possible? Right. But if I'm going to speak at a conference and my ideal target market is people that are dealing with type 2 diabetes, then I might want to change the headline of my talk that particular time. Whereas if I'm at another conference and I know that weight loss is an issue, then, and by the way, could I then go to a business conference and do the exact same talk, but change the title of the talk? Give me 60 minutes and I'll make you way more productive in your business. Could I? Yeah. So when we want to talk about our overall target market and our ideal target market, then those are two different things, and they have a lot to do with the headline or the title. And what I mean by the headline is, imagine that you are at a conference and there's a conference program or there's a poster and it'll say your name, but then they'll often have a name for the talk you're giving. There's a name, a title for your talk because they have a program. And so that title is, many people are going to look, here's what they're deciding. When they look at your picture, when they look at the program, when they look at the poster, and they're trying to choose which talks they're going to go to and which ones they're going to extend, which ones they're going to extend their energy to, there's a few things they're looking at. They're looking at your face and they're going, do I like this person? It's true. They are. They're looking at your face and going, do I feel, attraction? I don't mean attraction. I mean general human attraction. Do I want to be there? So what's super important here? You got to have professional shots. You got to have professional shots. You have to have them. The one thing that I cannot do for you here that I do for you at our live events, at every one of our Speaking Academy events, at every one of our Speaking Academy 2 events, we bring one of the best world-class photographers in the world who shoots famous politicians and celebrities all the time. And she comes and does headshots for you at the most ridiculous pricing. It's crazy. But you know what? It has transformed my life and my business to have her shooting our shots and many of our clients. And who here has had shots taken by Kirsty? Who's had them? Tell me something. I mean, on a scale of 1 to 10, there you go. It looks like 10. And by the way, how about this? How many of you who have shots from Kirsty have actually felt that your own self-esteem went up in the process of having photographs with her? Isn't that crazy? A lot of times a photographer will take pictures of you and you'll feel worse for yourself because they use the digital effects to make the picture better. She didn't do that. She uses you to make you better. You need a photographer who can pull you out, And so your picture's got to look good. Then they're also looking at the headline. And the headline, what they're looking for is, does it intrigue them? Does it engage them? Does it attract them? That's really important. And then they're going to look at the description of the talk. And that's going to be where you're making a promise. And we're going to come back to all of these things when we go into these topics more detailed. So we're going to be talking about, in the workshop, we're going to be talking about how to identify your overall target markets and how to identify your ideal target markets. Then we're going to talk about strategic objectives. Strategic objectives. So what we're talking about here is anytime that you go on stage, anytime that you turn on the camera, anytime that you're talking to anybody, you have strategic objectives. These are intentions, you understand. And so you will have primary strategic objectives and you will have secondary strategic objectives. By the way, this little exercise here, it's valuable for life. I want you to imagine for a minute that the phone rings. Your phone rings and you can see that it's a child or a husband or a wife. For most people, what's the strategic objective of answering the phone? To stop it from ringing. Isn't it? Hello. And if they're being interrupted, it's more like, hi, hi. Wait a minute. What if you changed one thought in your brain? What if you changed one thought and the new thought was, my strategic objective is that the person that I'm answering the phone with right now feels loved? Would that change your tone of voice? I think it would, wouldn't it? It would change your tone of voice. It would change the way you answer the phone. So all of a sudden, by changing one intention, by changing one objective, you now put yourself in a place where you answer the phone more like this. Hi. How are you? I'm so glad you called. Do you think this one thing could change a lot of lives? Just this one idea. Is it possible? Well, if it can work with a phone call, you got to know, you got to bet, you got to absolutely believe that it can help with an audience. So when you walk on the stage, you need to have your primary objectives And then you need to have your secondary objectives. And so your primary objectives are usually things like, I've been hired to teach something. So one of my primary objectives is to teach the thing I've been hired to teach, or I'm here to sell something, or I'm here to promote my book, or I'm here trying to get money for my political campaign, or I'm trying to get people to vote for me. It's usually a very high level thing. It usually involves the audience taking some action or being left with some information. It's the primary reason that you're on the stage. Then there's a bunch of secondary reasons. And we'll talk more about this when we go into workshop mode, but secondary reasons are all the, wouldn't it be nice if this happened? Wouldn't it be nice if this took place? Wouldn't it be nice if that happened? And so, you know, a good example would be, wouldn't it be nice if you went on stage? Wouldn't it be nice if you went on stage and you came off the stage and somebody walked up to you and said, Vicky, that talk needs to be a book and I'm a literary agent. Wouldn't it be nice? Who wants to have that phone call or that conversation, I should say? Yeah. So you start thinking to yourself, wouldn't it be nice? There's a few reasons for this. The one is it possible that knowing your secondary objectives might help you to choose your stories better? Is that possible? Totally possible. I'm going to give you such a great example. I was sick and tired of social media. I was like, oh God, like I put all this effort into Facebook and then Facebook's not cool anymore. You know what's cool? Instagram. And by the way, now I'm behind the times because it's all about TikTok. Okay, don't worry. Instagram's still very cool. And so I'm over there like looking at Instagram and I got like 200 followers and I'm like, oh my God, there's my friend Jim Quick has 1 million followers. What am I supposed to do with 200 followers? Where do I begin? And then I started doing talks on stage and I started thinking about my strategic objectives. And one of my strategic objectives was to gain followers. And so, you know what? I would start talking about different things and I would share different stories. And I shared this story about this time. As a matter of fact, here's a recent one where this young girl, oh, she's so incredible, 18 years old. And she sends me a personal message on Instagram asking me a bunch of nutrition questions because she's been watching my videos on YouTube. And so I tend to answer. I do. How many of you have ever asked me a question on Instagram and got a personal answer? I'm curious. See, quite a few of you, right? I do it. And by the way, how many of you got your answer in voice? How many of you got your answer in voice? Look at that. Almost half of the people, because I respond with my voice a lot. I actually record a voice message and send them back. I can't do it for everybody, but I do my best. And so I answered back to her in voice with her answers. And she was so excited. She then said, I'm too scared to ask you this, but would you be willing to be interviewed for this project I'm doing at school? Can I video an interview with you on a Zoom call? And I'm like, you know, normally if somebody calls and says, can we have a podcast interview? He's like, yeah, how many viewers do you have? How big is your reach? You know, we're trying to figure out where to spend the time, right? But this is this 18-year-old student. So what did I say to her? Yeah, no problem. And she and I had the most delightful conversation. I am telling you, she's going to be a force for change in the food world because at 18, she's already asking the right questions. And so here's the funny thing. I just shared this story with you. I'm curious. How many of you are on Instagram but weren't following me, but now you're thinking you might go follow me? I'm curious. How many? Look at that. I just picked up another 10, 15 followers, just like that, because I shared a story. I didn't ask you to go follow me. I just shared a story. Now, how many of you are not currently really on Instagram, but now you're thinking, I might go check out Instagram? Tell me now. Look at this. There are 7 or 8 new Instagram users, right? You see, like, you see the power of story. Now, I could have just gone, oh, and come follow me on Instagram. Not nearly as effective as just sharing a fun story. So you see, when you get clear about your secondary objectives, you can start picking your stories better because they help you to achieve them. All right, so those are objectives. We're going to workshop that stuff shortly. And then there's content creation. And when we get into content creation, what we're talking about there is determining, I mean, ultimately, what we're really trying to do is develop a talk that's going to give people some information or stimulate some action. We call those points. Like, we want to make a certain point. The point is that they remember something, or the point is that they take action on something. And then we're going to work on identifying the stories that will help us to make those points. And then we're going to put those points and stories onto speech maps and begin to design the speech maps. And here's why it's going to work so well. Here's why it's going to work so very well. If we went to go hire a band, say Aerosmith or the Rolling Stones, to come play at my birthday party, Would they need to practice? No. No, they won't need to practice. They will not need to practice, because what they will do is they will just choose which songs they're going to sing that they've played many times. And then they will deliver those in that order. And then if somebody said to them, we need to cut 30 minutes out of your set, you know what they would do? Take out 2 songs that add up to 30 minutes. Then somebody came along and said, can you perform for another 45 minutes? They would just add in a few songs, or they would play a few songs longer. Isn't it possible to play the same song in different lengths? Isn't it possible to take one song and play it in 4 minutes, or play it in 8 minutes a different way? Isn't it possible to turn it into a sing-along and involve the audience and turn it into a big thing? Isn't it possible to be completely flexible? Wait a second now. Is everything that I just said about songs also true of stories? Is it possible to take a 4-minute story and take 8 minutes telling it? Is it possible to cut a 10-minute story out? Is it possible to just cut it out? You don't need it anymore because they told you, yeah. Is it possible to add a 10-minute story back in, or add a 15-minute story? Or inside a 10-minute story you were already telling, realize that there's a 5-minute sub-story that you weren't going to tell because you didn't have time, but now you can add it back in. You see, suddenly, when you realize you're using a speech map, you create this unbelievable flexibility that does not involve memorizing of words. You know, it's really funny. We, Speaker Nation has this, ads out on Facebook and various things. And one of the ads says, learn how to give a talk without needing notes. And immediately this woman jumps on the comments and she says, oh my God, you have to have notes for your talk. You just absolutely have to have notes for your talk. So here's what I want from you guys. I want in the comments of 2 things. I want in the comments from you. I want how many notes, like, do you think you should need notes? What are your rules about notes? And here's the other one. I want you to remind me this too. When you're standing on stage, who is the client? Go ahead in the comments right now. Should you use notes, and who is the client? Okay, so it looks like we've got a couple of different answers here about notes and talks and stuff like that. Hang on a second now. There's 2 different things going on here. Oh, wow, that's fascinating. I've used notes and failed miserably. I don't need notes, need them to remember the stories. Okay, so first let's talk about the notes thing again. We're absolutely gonna get to a place where you do not need notes. At most, what you might do is have some data, like if there's specific statistics that you need to remember, you might have a note of that on the podium or something like that. Or you might have a speech map that you can keep with you on stage somewhere. But I'm going to tell you, by the time we're done with this, you will not need notes on stage. And there's a bunch of reasons for not using notes, but one of them is that it breaks the flow. So this woman jumps on the Speaker Nation thread and she's like, I've been teaching public speaking for 30 years and you got to have notes, and you got to have notes and notes and notes. And of course, it then stimulated quite a debate because a few people agreed with her, but then a few of our clients jumped on and said, no, we don't need notes at all. We figured it out. But what's really interesting is that people get so entrenched in their beliefs. Like this woman was like, no, you're wrong. You're wrong. You have to have notes. I'm like, okay, I'm not saying you're wrong that you need notes. Like if you want to have notes, you can do that. I feel like having notes on stage is just one more thing to mess up and one more thing to focus on. And frankly, I can't really read in front of other people anyway. So the notes aren't, you know what? I don't know if any of you are like that. Like you can read just fine on your own, but the minute there's people watching you read, it's just somehow harder. So why would I want to have notes? Just doesn't make sense to me. So no, we don't want to have notes if we can help it. And back to the question of who's in charge. I wanted to ask that question because I'd said it earlier, but I didn't really make the point clearly enough, I think. It is really important for you to understand whoever hired you is the client. So if a producer hired you, they are the client, not the audience. The only time the audience is the client is when the client bought the ticket from you. So right now, you guys are the audience and you're the client. But that's because you bought my seminar. That's because you bought my workshop. Whereas if for example, this weekend, I'm speaking on the Addicted to Success Summit. It's a huge summit, thousands of people from all around the world. I'm speaking there. Those thousands and thousands of people from around the world, not my clients. The client is Joel from Addicted to Success. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's the person who engaged you and brought you in because they are ultimately the one that decides whether you come back or not. Very, very important to remember that. Okay, so we talked about point, story, speech maps, and we're going to go through that in workshop form. So let's take a step back and let's start working. Now, here's the part where you're going to be wanting to use your journal and taking notes and working on stuff. And we're going to be doing breakouts, and it's going to become more workshop mode as we go through the creation phase. Once we've gone through the creation phase, then we'll go back to the delivery phase, and we'll discuss that stuff as well. So for this first section, we're going to be, again, as I said, talking about target markets, your overall target market and your ideal target markets. One thing is, actually, here's what I'd like in the chat before we go to breakout rooms. Tell me, everybody, who is your overall target market? Who are the people that are in your overall target market? Give it to me in the chat. All right, that's really good. That's a great start. That's a great, great start. So now I want to offer you a nuance. People will often take their overall target market and they'll put limiters on them. So they'll say things like this: people who are interested in losing weight. And the reason they say it like that is that they're being a little bit lazy. In other words, what they're saying is, I'm looking for the people who are already looking for me. Do you understand what I'm saying here? Now, when you're a speaker, you don't want to only be looking for the people that are looking for you, because only 3% of people are ever looking for you. That's just the way it is. Until you're a celebrity, 3% of people are looking for you at the most. And by the way, they're not even looking for you. They're looking for your solution. So 3% of people are looking for your solution. So if you go, like somebody wrote here, people who have, I saw entrepreneurs and business owners, Carol, entrepreneurs and business owners needing to adapt. See, the thing is that that's okay. It's not bad. It's better than wanting to adapt. You see where she's made a good distinction here? If she wrote wanting to adapt, which many people do, then what she's basically saying is, I'm not going to try and reach all the other business owners that really need to adapt as well because they don't want to yet. I'm going to wait till they want to, then I'm going to talk to them. But guess what? Of the business owners that need to adapt, very few of them know they need to. So that means she's saying, I want to talk to business owners who need to adapt, which is, by the way, which business owners? All of them, especially during this lockdown rubbish. Everybody needs to adapt, and people need to be adapting constantly. So as much as hers is better than business owners who want to adapt, she could even take it further and basically say my overall target market is any entrepreneur or anyone planning, anybody who might become an entrepreneur, because they're all going to need to adapt. Right? So as much as her needing to adapt isn't really a limiter, it is a little bit of a limiter. And so we might want to just expand it even further. Let's see here. Here's a great one from Ambika. My overall target market are people wanting to improve their relationships through better communication. Ambika, you know me, I'm not very nice, right? You know that I'm not very nice. So let me just say, that is the wimpiest ass, most lazy, like that's the laziest overall target market in the world. Basically, I'm going to sit here until people who want to people who want to improve their relationships and they know they need to do it through better communication, I'm going to wait for them. I'm waiting for those people. That's like 1% of 1% of 4 people, and one of them is president of the United States. Like we're like, how many people is it? And so what Ambika is really trying to say here is my overall target market is anybody who's in a relationship with anybody else. Because anybody who's in a relationship with anybody else can probably improve that relationship through better communication. But you see, the minute she says my overall target market is people wanting to improve, are there people out there that need to improve but don't want to? Are there people out there that don't even know they need to, but they need to and they don't want to? Right. So does she want to leave those people on the side of the street when the bus is leaving to happiness? No, she wants to reach those people. So her overall target market needs to be people that are having relationships with other people. And I don't know if it's romantic or friendships. It doesn't really matter. If it's everybody, it's everybody, because frankly, anybody having a relationship with anybody else can improve that relationship through communication. Are you guys following me now on this? Ambika, thank you. I know you gave me that example just so I could do that because you know better. So, all right. So that's the answer, is that we want to open that overall target market out to a larger group. And then the next step that we want to go into is the ideal target market, the ideal target market. And so what this now is where you may be constructing a talk or a book, or you're doing a talk and you're doing that talk for a very specific or niche group. Now, here's the good news and maybe a little bit the bad news. How many of you have heard marketing specialists say, you got to have a niche, you got to have a niche, you got to have a niche? They're all doing that, right? Everybody hears this, but how many people really do it? Not very many. Not very many. Why? Because the idea of having a niche feels very limiting. So it's like, wait a minute, you're saying that I should only talk to this very small group. That's not very many people. I want to talk to everybody. I want to sell to everybody. But here's the trouble. If you try to sell to everybody, you sell to nobody. So you got to have a niche, but then you feel limited about being in that niche. Well, here's the deal. Your overall target market is everybody that you want to sell to, everybody that you want to speak to, everybody that you want to influence, everybody you want to raise money from. It doesn't matter what your purpose is. It's just like, it's everybody. It's everybody that fits your market. Now, for some people, it's literally everybody, but for some people, it isn't. Some people's target market is, I'm looking for, house moms, with teenage kids, in the Midwest United States. That's my target audience. That's my overall, that's everybody that I want to reach. So your overall target market can be a quite niche group by itself, or it can be quite wide open, but your ideal target markets have to be very tight. They're very niche markets. And here's one of the best ways I can describe it to you. I got myself a dog, and I'm quite good at training dogs, but I thought I'd get myself a dog training book. So I go into the pet store and they've got dog training books there, and there's this cabinet and it's got like dog training book right there. Perfect. Put that in the in the shopping cart, ready to go. Got some toys, got some food, everything's good. But then I walk around the corner and there's another whole bookshelf, and it's like hundreds of the same book, but with slightly different dogs on the cover. It's like how to train your Shih Tzu, how to train your Siberian Husky, how to train your Beagle. And you know what? I had a Siberian Husky. What do you think I did with the book that was in my shopping cart? I put it back. I grabbed the How to Train Your Husky book. And what's crazy is I know this stuff and I understand it. And I'll tell you what, you can open up any of those books and they're 90% the same inside. And then there's one slight chapter difference because there are subtle differences between, say, a Husky and a wiener dog, right? Like there's some subtle differences in the way you would train them. 90% is the same and 1% is different. But part of the 1% that's, or 10% is different, but part of the 10% that's different is the cover, because they're going after their niche, right? So that's why you sometimes want to know your ideal target market. But here's the great news. You don't have to have just one. You can do just like that book author did. So the exercise we're going to do now is to figure out what are all of the ideal target markets that you'd like to go after, that you'd like to speak for, that you'd like to influence. So in a weird way, I want you to think of it like this. You have this big pie And that pie was the overall target market that you'd like to reach. And now you want to carve that pie up into some smaller pieces, right? So I'll run you through the exercise from my perspective with WildFit. Overall target market, people with mouths, people who eat food, right? It's pretty much that simple. Frankly, I'd even like to reach some of the people who don't eat food because I don't think it's a good idea. So, you know, people are my overall target market. But now in my ideal target markets, I can say type 2 diabetics are an ideal target market. People suffering with type 1 diabetes might be, or people dealing with obesity, or people that are just overweight and not obese, or people that are having sex drive problems, or people that are having memory problems or energy management problems. Do you understand? Like I can go after each of those, but then you can go even deeper. Could I go after people? Could I say my ideal target market is people who are currently pre-diabetic and female and living in California? Yeah, that could be one of my particular target markets that I want to go after. So you can see that we're never going to get this exercise done. This particular step, you're never going to get it done because it's an ever expanding group of potential ideal target markets all the time. But I want you to get a list of, you know, say 5 or 10 ideal target markets that you'd ultimately like to be able to appeal to, that you'd like to connect with. And the way you're doing this is you're trying, one way you know you've identified a good ideal target market is if you can create a picture in your mind of who the person is that represents that ideal target market. If you can create a picture in your mind of who is represented by that, what's really great is then when you're then designing the talk, you're just designing the talk for that one person and you're going to nail it. You're going to get the frequency exactly right. If you try and design the talk for the overall target market, you're just going to be trying to be all things to all people. And it's very, very difficult to do that. So does this make sense to anybody? Are there any questions about ideal target markets? This is the time for raising your hand and asking questions before we go into the workshop part. Cheryl, I see you, but I can't unmute you. Where are you?
Hi, Eric.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, this is a mindset shift for me because I have gone through the whole thing of ideal target market down to the ridiculous of what color socks do they wear and what color coffee. And it never really felt right. And now I'm shifting more to what my message is and letting those people kind of resonate with me. But for the overall target, what you're saying is as a speaker, I need to think bigger because it's the people that are going to hire me. So my overall target might be women in business. So I could go speak at networking events to all women in business, but then a specific talk might be to introverts or sensitive temperaments. Is
That's
that
right? And Cheryl, in the end, you might have this one talk that in general terms does appeal to your overall target market. Like I've got, for example, public WildFit talk that I can do anywhere, right? I can basically do it anywhere. But can you see how I might change it slightly if I was in an all-female audience?
Right.
Or I might change it slightly if I was talking to a bunch of investment bankers.
Yeah, I think I'm still thinking if I go to do a network talk that I'm looking for clients for my business, so then it has to be still really narrow. So I'm just still sort of shifting my.
Right, but here's the funny thing. Here's where there's a big difference between this and traditional marketing. First of all, this is the most effective form of marketing on earth ever, ever, ever. Nothing creates a deeper lasting memory, a deeper impact than face-to-face conversations with people. And public speaking is even more powerful than a personal face-to-face because there's this thing called the stage effect. There's this attraction you create when you're in front of the audience. Now, in a traditional marketing sense, you might be creating some Google AdWords or Facebook advertisements, or you might be doing a mail out and you know exactly who you're emailing. So you want to be niche. But now the trouble is that you get invited to do a talk somewhere, and let's say your target audience is largely women, but guess what? There's men in the audience too. Well, if you design your talk only for the ideal target audience, you're going to lose half the people. And the problem with losing half the people is if you lose half the people, you lose all the people. In fact, I can tell you that my grade 3 teacher, Mr. Kotinsky, would tell you that there's 1 or 2 students, that if he lost one or two of those students, he lost the whole classroom. I don't know who those students were. But if he lost their attention, man, it was a problem. So you want to design your talk in a way that it has broad spectrum appeal. We'll talk more about that in creation. But the broad spectrum appeal is to everybody that might be vaguely interested in your topic that you want to reach. But that talk in that moment might be aimed at a specific target group. And that's why you need to be able to do it a little bit more of a mix between overall target and ideal target, more so than you would say with internet marketing.
Thank you.
That make sense?
Yes.
Great question, Cheryl. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who else? I've got Carol.
Thank you, Eric. So I'm always looking at how to niche it down because it is too broad. So how do I do that? And I know that I've been focusing on entrepreneurs and business owners who have been successful. They've been low to mid six, small companies, but it's not working anymore, especially what's going on right now. So they're struggling in life. They're doing the hustle and grind. They're losing meaning in their life. So how do I niche that down? That's my
Okay. So the way you do that is by looking at the potential different demographics. What I mean by that is, let's say you're saying you want to talk to like potentially previously successful entrepreneurs. Okay. So that's a good overall target market. But is there a difference between a Palo Alto.com entrepreneur and let's say a manufacturing entrepreneur?
Yeah,
And-
because I'm in the Bay Area, that's kind of what I'm looking at, the different.
That's right. And is there also a difference between a Californian entrepreneur and a New York entrepreneur?
Yeah.
Right. So what I'm saying is when you look at your ideal target markets, it's just useful to know who some of those sub pockets are and useful to think in those terms, because again, you want to be able to design your talk in a way where you can deliver it anywhere, but you can nuance it for specifics. You can nuance it for specifics. So for example, and we'll go more into this when we go into the content creation, into the actual speech maps. But think about it like this. We're going to have a bunch of points we want to make. And what you're going to find is that you might have more than one story that can make a particular point. Does this make sense? Do you follow? Okay. So then you might take a look and go, well, you know what? In California, this story might work better. In New York, this one might work better. So do you see, the overall blueprint is a talk that can be used anywhere, but the nuances are going to help me to get to the audience that I need to get to in that moment.
Correct.
That makes sense?
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. It's a great question. I love questions that pull content that I just hadn't even delivered yet. That's awesome. So who else? Anybody else? We can take one or two more and then we're going to workshop. Hang on. One thing, my team is I can't see both pages at the same time. So you might need to remind me every now and again, but we're going to go to Amit.
Hi, Eric.
Hello.
So my question is, how much research do you put in when it comes to ideal target market nuances? Like, is it just adding few stories related to that they can relate to? Let's say if they are from California, you add few stories that they can relate to, or you actually sit down and research more about them?
Yes.
Okay. How do you
Yes to both.
Okay.
Yes to both. Look, the more successful you become as a speaker, the busier your calendar gets and the harder it starts to become to be able to prepare for everything really well. So there are times where I've shown up in a city and I'm like, this is embarrassing, guys, but I have woken up in a hotel room and not known what city I was in. It's happened to me more than once, right? Like, where am I? And then of course, because I typically stay in Hilton hotels because of points and all that stuff, the hotel room looks exactly the same. And so I got to go to the window and, oh yeah, oh God, I'm in Lithuania this week, So that means that if I don't even know what city I'm in, I probably haven't done that much research, if you get me.
Okay.
That said, the research can be as simple as like crazy stuff, like find out what's going on in sports in that city. Like if you're in England and the England football team has just like made it through one level of the World Cup, then if you want to win the audience over, all you have to do is walk out and go, well done, England. And then the audience is like, oh my God, he's so in touch with who we are. And then there are some cultural nuances, like, where you can learn a little bit of humor about the place. Like here's one that I did this for a couple of webinars recently, and it's kind of funny, but I said, I heard from a friend of mine and you can substitute in Finland or England for this. You can use either one. But I heard from some friends of mine that they're a bit confused about the social distancing rules. Now they're being told they have to be 6 feet apart and they're asking themselves, why do I have to stand closer to people than I normally would? Right? So What you've done there is said, I'm going to find out a little bit about the cultural nuances of what's going on. And then they're going, oh my God, he's interested in us. Like he knows a little bit about us. And by the way, what's really funny is both England and Finland are proud of their social distancing practices. So it's kind of fun. So you could do surface level research like that, or you could go deep. And by the way, Amit, you want to know how to go deep? I'll tell you how to go deep. You go to Fiverr.com or you go to fancyhands.com and you go over to them and go, I'm going to Norway next week. Could you do 20 minutes of research on Norway? I just don't know. So I did that. I was going to speak for my first ever event in Kazakhstan. I didn't know a damn thing about Kazakhstan. I mean, I knew that it ended with Stan. That's all I knew about it. I didn't know anything. I roughly knew on the map where it was, but that's about it. Now, here's the thing. I don't know a thing about Kazakhstan. So I go to my Fancy Hands virtual assistant and I go, what can you tell me about Kazakhstan? You know what I found out about Kazakhstan? And this is years ago and I still remember. Horses. The taming of horses apparently starts in Kazakhstan. And you know what else comes from Kazakhstan? Apples. Apples come from Kazakhstan. That's where they started from. So I don't care what Americans think. Apple pie is not American. It's Kazakh. So anyway, but you know, so, and what the joke is, I made that joke on stage. I was like, what? Americans have stolen apples. What's going on with that? They thought it was hilarious. And now I've done research for that market. And so now if you're speaking for a corporate, you do the same thing. You go and find out what their corporate mission is. You go find out what's going on for them. And then that way, when you refer back to their mission, I'll give you such a good example. When I did my first event for Tony Robbins, I knew something about this. And this goes back to the concept of belief. Here's what I knew. I knew that this was an opportunity that could change my life. I knew that. I knew that if I really kicked butt on stage, it could, maybe one day he'd call me again. But something happened in my mind where I thought, that's such limited thinking. If I do really well on stage, maybe he'll call me again. I don't want to get on the list. I want to be the list. And so I started thinking, how can I change my talk to be the list, right? So I start thinking about that. Well, here's the great news. I had done my research on Tony. Now, not intentionally. It's just that as a kid, 20 years earlier, I'd been to a bunch of his seminars. So I knew a lot of his language, if you understand. And so Tony wants to talk to me out in the hallway because he's terrified. Because the only reason I've been invited to speak here, frankly, if you want to know the truth, is because they couldn't find anybody else. Like it was 11 days notice. The scheduled speaker had died. It makes it very difficult to be on stage, inconvenient. And all their backup speakers couldn't make it. That's the only reason I was invited. So now Tony's quite nervous about this because he doesn't know who the hell I am. So he takes me out in the hallway. He tells his team, I want to talk to this guy. So I come out in the hallway. I'm standing there with Tony. And you guys, I don't know if any of you have ever met Tony, but he's big. He's very tall, 2 meters, 6'7", something. I mean, he's very tall. And he says to me, he goes, how are you feeling about your presentation? And I'm like, you know, I've had 11 days notice. You want me to use somebody else's slides? It's far from ideal, but I'm going to do the best I can. And no kidding, he has a bit of a meltdown. He's like, what? You could be a lot more confident. And by the way, his voice is very booming and I'm like, uh-oh, I'm about to get the crap kicked out of me over here. But I had done my research. In his business mastery program, he teaches something similar to what we do in Business Freedom. He talks about something called the business owner and the business operator. We talk about levels of business freedom, but he talks about the business owner versus the business operator. The business operator is the one who's trapped inside the business, and the business owner is the one who just works on their business and can go on vacation whenever they want. So Tony's like, well, you could be a lot more confident. And I thought, well, what do I know about Tony? Rapport, right? So I go, oh, Tony, I'm plenty confident. If you want to know why I'm here and your other speakers aren't here, it's because I'm a business owner and they're business operators. I'm a genuine entrepreneur. And what's going to happen here might not be exactly what you're expecting, but it's going to work. And he goes, well, all right then. But it's partly because of my determination and partly because I'd done my research. And when he heard his words, I did the same thing a little while later. I'm telling this story. I'm telling this story about how I'm running along hunting with the Bushmen. And I realized I'm making all this noise. And I got to quiet down because you can't make noise when you're hunting. But I don't know how to go quiet in the bush. And then I said this in the seminar. Remember, Tony he didn't know that I'd ever been to one of his seminars. He didn't know anything. He's sitting in the room. And I'm going, and I'm running along. And I realized I'm making all this noise. And I noticed the Bushmen are so silent. And then I remembered something I'd learned from Tony Robbins. If you want the results somebody else is getting, model them. And I said it with a little bit of a Tony impersonation, model them. And I saw him at the back of the room go, oh! Like, and But you know who else did that? Everybody in the audience, because I'm using the common culture language. So my answer to you is, where possible, you do the research you can. Where not possible, you do the minimum you can to create the rapport for that ideal target market. Amit, that's a great question.
Lovely. Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Frederick.
Yeah, hi. I have emotional fitness, a concept that I'm introducing, and it's actually it's a peer coaching method. It's basically for everyone, and I've done a lot of work with managers the last 10 years, primarily in the finance industry. I think my primary target market is something like everyone who needs someone to listen to them once in a while and who are willing to listen to someone else. But the ideal target market for me to start with, I think, is the managers and managers in the financial industry.
Okay. So what I would say is that you're right. Your overall target market is anybody with a mouth and ears, you know, and I'm kidding, but it's like, because you're talking about a mutual sort of, in a sense, mutual communication, mutual coaching, mutual connection, then anybody could benefit from this, high school students to executives. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. Now, ideal target market, you shouldn't be thinking of one. You should be thinking of many. So when you say, you know, like, did you say managers or fund managers?
Managers in the financial
Okay, managers in the financial industry. So that could be a perfectly good sort of broad ideal target market. But again, I'd put the question to you. Do you think that the managers in the financial market in Norway have different issues and different thoughts, for example, than the managers in America?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So again, there are going to be nuances as you dive into the ideal target market where you want to pick out those nuances so that the audience feels that the message is for them. So, you know, for example, if you're talking, if you put how about this? I want you to imagine that you are a manager in a financial institution and you're going to a big conference and there are two talks happening at the same time. And the one talk says, it's about how to reduce your stress and at the same time, reduce your stress for the people around you at your work environment. And then the second one is stress reduction, individual and team stress reduction techniques for financial institutions in Norway. Which one do you go to if you live in Norway?
Yeah, probably the Norway one.
Right. It's the same talk, but the title is just like they've done the same thing as I've done with the dogs, right? The core talk might be very similar, but I've crafted it for that ideal target market. And that's going to change the cover of the talk or the title, and it's going to change a little bit of the content inside.
Yeah.
Make sense?
Yeah. Although it's frustrating to limit to smaller groups.
Okay. I understand that. It's not though. It feels frustrating, but it's actually an incredible world of opportunity. And the reason it feels frustrating is that marketing consultants for years have frustrated people by telling them that they have to have a single niche market. I'm saying to you that it's not that you have a single niche market, it's that you consider the multitude of niche markets that you can approach. You want to design a talk that ultimately can go out to all the overall target market, but that can be nuanced to approach a specific market. So for example, somebody asks you to come and speak in Germany at a business conference. You now can craft it to the ideal target market, which is managers of German financial institutions. They have slightly different issues than the managers of Danish ones, for example. Does this make sense?
Yeah,
so
thank you.
It's not the old world of saying, Frederick, tell me your niche market and never step out of it. That's the old marketing thing. No, not at all. It's not that at all. It's like, Frederick, can you tell me the 100 niche markets that you'd like to go after so that we can craft the message? Because I'll tell you something, Frederick, if you think about this, if you were going to be going out and talking to a whole bunch of speaker bureaus, for example, all around the world, and you had a really compelling talk you wanted to do about stress reduction, communication, and communication influence, this kind of thing, and you're approaching all these markets, and the title of your talk is, give me an idea of what the title of your talk might be.
Well, let's see, a coaching manager.
Sorry?
How to be a coaching manager.
Okay, so how to be a coaching manager. So now you go out to all these speaker bureaus and you say, here's the talk. It's like how to be a coaching manager. And then there's a description that says, you know, this is a compelling talk that describes techniques that managers can use to bring coaching into their managerial routines to get greater performance and stress reduce, you know, blah, 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 right? You know, nice description. Okay. But what if every time you wrote to one of the speaker bureaus in each country, it didn't simply say coaching, become a coaching manager, but it said how to be a coaching manager how to be a coaching manager in this industry, or how to be a coaching manager in this nationality. Like, you know, now the speaker bureau goes, oh, Frederick's here to talk to us about German managers, right? And so when you market yourself in a more tight niche, you give yourself greater opportunity. It shouldn't be frustrating. The only thing that might be frustrating is that you might have to write a few extra emails because you can't just copy paste. You actually have to think a little bit about each email. Or when you're doing your slides, you might need to change the title on the slides. Like, yeah, that could be frustrating, but it will get you so many more clients. Again, I want you to go back to the dog training book. The author that took the time to design the 50 covers for the different 50 species. Here's the funny thing, by the way, as it turns out, the book wasn't even all that good. The book that really changed my life about dog training was the book training called Dog Training by the Monks of New Skeet. And there are a bunch of monks, funny story. There are a bunch of monks that used to make wine. And then one day they realized they were all alcoholics. And so they're like, we can't do this anymore. So they decided instead they would get involved in breeding dogs. And so they started breeding dogs and they learned how to train dogs. And then one day they wrote a book on how to train dogs. And it's the best dog training book, period, anywhere, period. But they're not the best at marketing it, so not that many people know about it, comparatively to the guy with the 50 titles. Now, can you imagine if you can combine the best possible talk with the niche targeted marketing? Then you're going to kick some butt.
Thank you.
Cool. Suze, you're up.
So Eric, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I have a kind of a challenge because next Saturday I have a TEDx talk, which is great, but it's online and it's not my target market. And normally if I speak in front of an audience that's not necessarily my target market, I connect with the audience. But now it's in a Zoom room. I don't see who's listening. I have no idea who might show up. And all of a sudden, I don't know what to talk about anymore because I don't have a clue. How would you approach that?
Okay, so a couple great things. Can you guys now see the problem by not knowing who your overall target market is, your ideal target market? It becomes so difficult to do story selection, what the talk's going to be about, any of that kind of stuff. So really good example you're bringing to us here. But then I have to say to you this. You're saying you have no idea who's going to be there? Well, it's a TEDx talk, therefore it must have a theme.
Yeah, and the theme is no limits limited.
Okay, no limits limited. Now, the organizers, they must have an ideal target market that they're marketing to. They must know who's on their list, right? So is it possible that you go back to them and go, can you give me a profile of who tends to show up for this? Is that possible?
Yeah, but there's 5 organizers, but I could ask all of them.
Yeah, you could ask one or all of them. Then the other thing is, with TED Talks, one thing that's really crazy is what's more important for a TED Talk than the ideal target market is actually the overall target market. Why? Because it's a huge public talk that can go online. So, you know, TED takes those talks and puts them on YouTube. So the overall target market is actually the more important market. In fact, if you niche too much, like let's say you're doing a TED Talk, let's say, for example, you were doing a TED Talk in Amsterdam, and it was for 50 people in the audience in Amsterdam, and you did the whole talk with a lot of Amsterdam references, it wouldn't work nearly the same.
Yeah.
So when you're doing TED Talks, you have to lean more toward the overall target market. You know, some years ago, hey, Carol, you're in Marin, right? Carol, yeah. So did you ever get to catch when Robin Williams used to come down to the theater there in Mill Valley? Did you ever get to do that? Isn't that awesome? So Carol, anybody else who's in Santa Fe, you'd know that what Robin used to do, he used to come to our movie studio and film, you know, sequences and stuff there from time to time. But the coolest thing is that when he was getting ready to go out on the road, he would go to a number of these little small theaters, mostly in Mill Valley because he lived there. And he would just call the theater and say, I'd like to practice some material. And then the word would hit the street. Robin Williams is doing a practice run. And the tickets were gone in 5 seconds because it's like your chance to sit in a theater, in a tiny little theater with Robin Williams doing it. It was amazing. But what was really funny is he did the most incredible stand-up routine. It was so good, but it was full of Marin County humor. It was full of Marin County humor. He made fun of how hot it is in Novato. He made fun of microclimates. He made fun of snobbiness. He made fun of everything that's Marin. It was just hilarious. But when he takes the show on the road, he can't do that because people don't understand those things about Marin. And so that's where in Marin, he can go target audience. But if he was doing a TED Talk in Marin, he would need to expand that and not have so many local or target references. So in your case, it's not so important the ideal target market. In your case, what's really important here is your overall target market, and that doesn't have to have anything to do with who's in the room. So the question for me is, who's your overall target market?
Yeah. And that's also a little bit tricky because my overall target market would be entrepreneurs who think that their message and what they came to bring to this world is more important than making money. But that could be artists, therapists.
There's an easier way to say that, I think, but I understand what you're trying to say. And I think it's what you're really trying to say is on some level, I think you're trying to say that it's entrepreneurs who have blockages about money, who feel guilt about making money following their passion in some way, that they think following their passion is honorable and chasing money is dishonorable. Is that kind of where you're headed? Okay.
Yes.
So in that case, it's really easy because your overall target market is any entrepreneur, because almost every entrepreneur has some version of that. You know, it just kind of is that way. And even ones that are super financially successful, they've got that going on. It's actually one of the reasons that they're super financially successful and that everything else is failing for them. So your overall target market basically is entrepreneurs that have a passion, you know, entrepreneurs that, like, let's call it impassioned entrepreneurs. So you're not really interested in the guy who owns a dry cleaning shop down the street just because he bought it. But you would be interested in the guy who's opened the dry cleaning shop because he's super passionate about dry cleaning.
Absolutely.
So that's your overall target market. So now that you know that, you put your talk together for those people, whether they're in the audience or not. But remember that it's really important that you work on broad spectrum appeal, which you know from me before, but we'll be covering it a lot when we go into the delivery part. Great question. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Eric.
All right. I see Roxana.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
I can.
Excellent. Thank you for taking my question. I am currently a mindset coach. What I do is I eliminate limiting beliefs and self-sabotage. So I wrote down my overall is just people who feel stuck. I think that encompasses everyone. And then ideal could be anything from an entrepreneur to somebody from domestic violence, or somebody who's suicidal, or somebody, you know, maybe even business people. I mean, I could list a dozen of them. Where I'm confused is that not everyone knows what a limiting belief is or believes they even have a limiting belief, and yet we all have them. It's what forms our behavior.
Yeah, the minute somebody goes, I don't have any limiting beliefs, I go, well, and now I know your first limiting belief.
Right. So how would I attack my overall versus?
Well, let's start with this. Your overall target market is not people who feel stuck.
Okay.
That's a lazy overall target market, because if they feel stuck, you could run all these ads to the feel stuck people and just go after those people, which is a great start toward an ideal target market. But your overall target market is sapiens. I mean, you know, it's basically your overall target market is probably something like this. It's people from 13 to, you know, to 65 or 70 or, you know, something like that. Like there's an age group where there's this overall target. I'm not saying you couldn't deal with younger kids, and I'm not saying you couldn't deal with older people, but once they've gone into retirement age, they're probably not as constrained by their limiting beliefs in the same way. And they're not as interested in addressing them.
Right.
So the problem when you say people who feel stuck, you're limiting to all the people who don't even realize that they're stuck. There are people who are stuck that don't even know they're stuck.
Exactly.
Right. So that's where you get into this issue of wanting to have ideal target markets. So, you know, one of your ideal target markets might be, you know, entrepreneurs that are having a hard time breaking through the $3 million a year barrier. You see, entrepreneurs get into this weird thing about numbers sometimes, is that like it's the first 300,000. That's the first plateau, right? I mean, you got to get through that. Then there's the 500,000. Then there's the million. Then there's the 3 million. Then there's the 5 million. It's like for some reason we have this round numbered limiting belief thing going on, right? And by the way, you'll really like this story, I imagine, because what happened in my case was I just couldn't do it. I couldn't break through the million. I was in England and I just couldn't break through the £1 million barrier. I just couldn't do it. Like I've been in business for 5 years. We keep coming really close and and it's just not getting there. And then one day I'm sitting talking to my coach and he goes, he says, you know, what's troubling you these days? I just can't break through the £1 million barrier. And he goes, what's the £1 million barrier? And I go, you know, with entrepreneurs, you got these plateaus and you got to break through each one. You got to break through each one. And he goes, it sounds like they're physical, like you have to break through them. And I go, well, you know, it's what we talk about in entrepreneurship. And he goes, aren't you Canadian? And I go, yeah. And he goes, then shouldn't your barrier be in dollars? And I go, yeah. And he goes, what are your revenues in dollars? And I said, 2.1 million, which is 900,000 pounds at the time. And he goes, so you've already broke through the 1 million and the 2 million. I go, yeah, send me your invoice. By the way, that year we broke through the £1 million barrier. And the next year we broke through the £2 million barrier, like in a year. And it was the weirdest thing. Like I just needed to see it differently. But the trouble is, if your ideal target market was entrepreneurs who felt stuck, I'm like, I don't know if I feel stuck. Oh, but I feel stuck about that thing. Right? So when you look at your ideal target market, it's sometimes looking at the specific thing that they're struggling with. And by the way, when you're doing limiting beliefs work, you have a phenomenal array of ideal target markets. You can be talking, you know, one of your ideal target markets can be somebody who's got, somebody who's dealing with eating disorders. Those are so often related to limiting beliefs. How about this one? Here's one ideal target market for you. Women from the age of 28 to 35 that believe that all the good men are gone.
Right.
And by the way, that's, in my experience, that's about 87% of the women in that age group seem to think that. Like, there's this pervasive belief, all the good men are gone or gay. Then they're gone or gay. Well, you know what's really crazy? If you believe that, you won't see the incredible ones that are standing right there in front of you. And so, you know, you have the opportunity when you're working with limiting beliefs to target directly at the particular limiting belief structure. And here's what's crazy about that. You can design one talk about the concept of limiting beliefs and the collapsing of limiting beliefs, but you can change the story based on the ideal target market that you're dealing with.
Correct. Do I need to just say overall is sapiens, like you said? Overall is sapiens? Yeah,
your overall target market's incredibly broad. It's basically, let's call it, you know, adult and sub-adult humans. It's, you know, that's basically it. You know, you could go to work on kids, but I don't, you know, that's a different nuance. And it's, you know, so if you're dealing with everything from say teens to retirement, that's your overall target market. And then your ideal target market is, in your case, I would just target directly to either the limiting belief itself for people who know they have it, or for the symptom of the limiting belief. And here's what I mean by that. You could do a whole campaign based on women between the age of 35 to, or, you know, 28 to 35 that believe all the great men are gone. But the problem is a lot of women don't even know they believe that. Right? So then now you can go after, what's the symptom of that belief? Well, the symptom of that belief is women that are single between the ages of 25 and 28 and 35. That's a symptom of that belief, right? So now you can, you know, there's one of your target audiences. And now that might affect the way you do your talk. Because all of a sudden now, instead of doing a talk about limiting beliefs, you're doing a talk about how to find the one, even when you don't believe he exists.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what a neat title for the talk. And now there's all these women out there going, wow, that's a great talk. They go into the talk's still about limiting beliefs.
Exactly.
Are you in?
Yes, that actually helps me out a lot. In fact, the limiting beliefs techniques that I use can be done in 8 sessions. That could even be a target, you know, to.
Can I ask you what school of thought you're using, like where you got your training from?
NLP and matrix therapies.
Good deal. I'm fully with you. I do a lot of limiting beliefs work, and I'm so with you on that. And I also, if you really like, one of my very dearest friends in the world was a guy named Morty Lefko, and he created the Lefko method, which is also a phenomenal system for removing limiting beliefs. And his wife Shelly still carries on doing that work. You might want to check her out as well.
Can you say the name again?
Shelly Lefko.
Okay.
I've done an interview with her. She's also a parenting expert, and I've done an interview with her on my Thrive Time show, so you can track her down through that. But she's doing phenomenal work on limiting beliefs work, and they've been at it. They've been around since the earliest days of S. They've been working on limiting belief work. They were among the first people working on this stuff. So
Yeah.
yeah, you might want to check them out.
I also have background in Landmark and WorldWorks as well.
Good deal. There you go. All right, good. Okay, I'm going to take one more, but I want to move into here's the deal. When I get to this stage with the questions, I really want to try and get to them. But what I'm going to ask you to do is, if your question is not like show-stoppingly urgent, put your hand down at this stage. If it's like not show-stoppingly urgent, like if it won't stop you from moving forward, then you can put your hand down. And if it's still serious and you really need an answer, I'll get to you. So I'm just taking a quick look. All right, Michael, I've got you. Oh, Michelle? Yeah, I got you, Michelle. Sorry. Okay, you should be, I can't seem to unmute Michelle, so
okay.
There you go.
Am I good? Can you hear me?
Yes, I've got you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So my question is all about finding the right title for a specifically targeted workshop. I already know what my general overall approach is going to be. It's about being able to find, kind of similar to Frederick, how do I find that title that is going to really draw the jazz? And that's
well,
kind of
Michelle, that's a great question. And you're, in a sense, you're just ahead of us. And what I mean is that it's so much easier to know the title when you know who the audience is, or you know who your ideal target audience is. Like if you look at the title I just came up with for that one, we look at the limiting belief. The limiting belief was all the great men are gone. What's the symptom of that belief? I'm single and I'm 28 to 35 and I wish I wasn't. So then the title of my talk could be anything from how to collapse your limiting belief about men to how to find the man of your dreams and notice that he might be standing right in front of you, or, you know, something along those lines. So you can change the title, and I'll tell you, the title ultimately should promise the result that they need. It should promise the result that they want is even more accurate, because the fact is that people don't often go for what they need, they go for what they want. So the title should promise what they want. And by the way, one of the things that I do constantly is I give people what they want so I can earn the right to give them what they need. Right? Like, look, guys, how many of you have done WildFit? I'm curious, how many of you have done WildFit? How many of you say that it's fair to suggest that WildFit gave you like at least 5 times more than we promised you in the marketing? Who would say that that's a fair statement, right? But you see, one of the problems is I can't say that in the marketing, because if I say that in the marketing, people won't believe it. It's just like, oh yeah, you won't want pizza anymore. What? No. So what I have to do is give them what they want. And then when I've achieved that, I give them what they want, then it earns the right to give them what they need. So what do I want? What do they want? They want to end their emotional hunger. So then I do a talk called The 6 Hungers and How to End Emotional Eating. Oh, that's very interesting. That's what I want. Then when I do that for them, they're like, oh, he's credible. He's authoritative. He knows what he's doing. I'll keep listening. And now I get to give them what they need. Right? So the title should be after what they want. And then the talk maybe is going after what they need.
Okay.
Cool?
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Great question, Michelle. Thank you. All right. So we're going to go into the workshop now. And the way the workshop's going to work is at first, you're going to be working completely on your own. Now I'm going to put you in the breakout rooms, but here's the thing. I don't want you talking to each other at first. I just want you to go into the breakout rooms. Let me say this more clearly. And Kelsey, are you with me? So what's going to happen is you're going to go into the breakout rooms and you're immediately going to nominate the leader. You're immediately going to nominate the leader. And then once you've nominated the leader, you're going to work for a bit. Actually, let me just think of the logistics here a bit more. No, I'm going to change that. We're going to do the work here together as a group. We're going to do it together as a group. So what you're going to be doing right now is you're going to first of all write down your overall target market again with everything we've discussed. And then you're going to create a list of 5 or 10 or more, if you're very inspired, ideal target markets. You're going to write down a list of a bunch of ideal target markets, niches that you could go for. You're going to write them down with a sense of abundance, not a sense of limit. This is not saying these are the only people you're talking to. This is not saying you're limited to this. This is not old school marketing where we're going to tell you you have to operate within this tiny niche. This is showing you how to identify the plentitude of niches that are available to you out there in the world. Does that make sense? Okay, so we're going to give you about 10 minutes to work on this. And what I want to suggest to you is that you don't have to stay here in Zoom and do it, but you got to be back in 10 minutes. And why I'm saying this is you might want to just get up and walk around, write down a name, get up and walk around a little bit more, or write down move your body. It's really important that you get some body movement in. And so you're going to have about 10 minutes to do that. Then you're going to go into a breakout session to discuss this with your team. Then we're going to come back and answer some last questions, and then we're going to go for a lunch break. Is everybody clear? Okay, so the 10-minute break takes place here in the room starting now.
All right, everybody, I am going to be sending you into your breakout rooms now where you can discuss with your groups about what your ideal target markets were. So I will be activating your rooms right now.
Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. All right. I just want to jump back in real quickly and just see if there's any more clarity needed around just getting clear on who you want to talk to, who you want to reach. So if you've got any more questions on, ideal target markets or overall target markets, let me know. Let me see what I've got here. I've got Deborati. I've got you. You are live. Go ahead.
Hi.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, thank you for taking my question. This came out from our group discussion as well. What do you do when your target audience is, pretends to know more than you do or is not willing to try what you have to offer? So I work a lot with business owners, and a lot of them are male and much older than I am. And I go to them and say, look, I really want to change the way you work because my ideas are crazy. And if you try even one of them, it might make a huge difference. And they're like, oh, but we've done this before. We've spoken to the KPMGs and the Big Four, and we know what we're doing. So how do you really attract these people who think they know more than you do already?
Well, actually, that's one of the great things about being a speaker. I want you to imagine for a moment that when I started WildFit, I had some serious concerns about not being an official nutritionist or an official doctor and all this kind of stuff, right? And to this day, I still occasionally, very rare, but I still occasionally face some flack about that. For example, 9 weeks ago, I uploaded a video to the internet suggesting that while social distancing was probably a good idea, you also needed to eat properly to protect yourself from COVID. And I had doctors all over the world attack me for that. Like, yeah, it has nothing to do with your food. Well, let's see what the science says about that now, right? But in the meantime, I managed to influence a whole lot more people than decided to attack me. And so in your case, I think it's actually really quite straightforward. What you need to do is develop a really, truly, if only with your workshop that can help you do this, but you need to develop a truly compelling talk that you can deliver where you know those people will be. So I know that maybe sometimes you're thinking, well, I want to come in and talk like at their company. You're not getting there, but no, now what I would say is take a step back. Where do they go? What conferences do they go to? What kind of events do they go to? Because what you want to do is you want to get on stage there with a headline that catches their attention and then use the stage to create the attraction, to build the credibility and authority that they then want to follow you. Think about what I did with Vishen. I kind of said, oh yeah, I'm talking about biohacking, right? So I'll be there. And then through the storytelling, through the engagement, through the high value content, he suddenly was in. So I want you to imagine that you're at some big business conference and some of the exact types of managers that you normally can't get through to are there. So the question is, what talk might they want to hear? What title of the talk might be good for them? And that's where you aim. You aim at what they want. Remember, we talked about this. You aim at what they want, and that earns the right to give them what they need. So what might they want? What talk might you be able to do at a conference like that would catch their attention?
3 ideas you've never tried before to change your business in 3 months.
Yeah, you see, here's the problem. You're half my age and you're a woman, and I can't learn from a woman half my age. By the way, if anybody clips that shit and puts it on the internet, we're gonna have a problem because it was sarcastic. I don't believe that at all. Just be very careful with your clipping. But understand, like, your headline telegraphs the punch that you're gonna try and preach to them. You're gonna try and teach to them. So right away they're like, what? I don't want what? So you try again. What else can we try?
Teach your managers how to work with your team members in different ways. So then you're
again, do you see what's happening so far? Both of your titles are talking down to position.
Right.
Okay. How about this? Let's see. One crazy idea that completely transformed a multinational corporate.
Okay. That would be amazing. Thank you.
It's an interesting idea, isn't it? Like, by the way, who's interested in that talk? I'm curious. Anybody interested in that talk? I'm interested in that talk. I saw Dave Chappelle one day. He said, he's a comedian, and he said he's so good at comedy now that he has like a fishbowl, and then he just pulls punchlines out of the fishbowl and then makes up jokes for them. I do the opposite. I make up titles and then make up the talks for the titles. But you see, now that title might be intriguing to them. They go, oh, one crazy idea. I mean, and listen, this is a little out there. You have to test stuff. But if you're in a really sexist environment, and where are you?
I'm in Dubai, so yes.
I was going to say, you're in a pretty
East
sexist
Pacific.
environment. So now, what if you did this? One crazy idea by a woman that transformed a multinational company. Like, you're almost making fun of yourself now. You know, you're almost like, you know, like, and you're making fun of the sexism of it. Now, I'm not saying that that would work. And I think that if you tried to pull that off in America, you'd be shot, and probably not by a man, funny enough. But in Dubai, it might, you know, you'd have to play with the culture of it and see it. But the point is, the core idea, one crazy idea that transformed a multinational. Oh, I want to go to that talk. You know, and because you're not saying one crazy idea I came up with. You're not saying one thing I'm going to teach you. You're not going to, you're not saying I'm going to talk down to you for the next hour. You're going to say one crazy idea that transformed a multinational. And they come in the room and you're like, this is so much fun. This story is fun and powerful. And it may be that this idea could help transform your business too. So here's what happened. And you go into the story, but here's your goal with the story. Remember, we'll talk more about this in creation, but your story is designed to build credibility and authority. And so by the time you've been on stage for 30, 40 minutes, you know what they've forgotten? That you're a woman.
Yeah.
They've forgotten that you're young. What they've remembered is that you're valuable. And that's why speaking is the ultimate shortcut in any kind of marketing, because I can tell you right now, guys, I'm no kind of networker. I'm not good at it. I'm not outright shy, but I'm not particularly outgoing. You know, I'm just not like that. And you know what's really crazy? I go to a conference and what do? I get myself booked to speak there. And then there's 2,000-3,000 people there. How many people do I meet in an hour? 2,000-3,000 people.
Wow.
And those people, suddenly I've got credibility and authority with them. So that's the way you get to those clients, I think.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Anyone else with anything? Oh, here we go. Iris.
Okay. Hi, Eric.
Hello.
I just finished WildFit February, doing fantastic, loving every minute. Actually did a 3-day fast this past weekend to get my brain really geared towards speaking.
Good deal. Well
yeah, phenomenal. Second time around, and it was awesome. So my dilemma is that I'm trying to take a 20-year business, and that I did travel all over the world, not all over the world, all over North America for, and turn it into an online experience for the average audience, for anyone. What I do is I preserve people's legacy on video for them to leave for next generations, focusing on their ethical will, which are their values, their beliefs, their lessons learned, all their life wisdom. I run them through a process that gives them that opportunity to record it in video. But what we've done in the past has been in person, broadcast quality, the whole team, everything. Now I want to bring this to speaking online, which is my greater audience is anyone who has life wisdom, which actually could start at 6 years old in the kindergarten. I don't know if you ever heard, all I ever needed to learn was, I learned it in kindergarten, or, you know, in the playground at kindergarten. There's a book about that. But basically I'm looking to do adults who have messages that they want to leave for next generations. So I'm having issues with the ideal target market, because I knew before running the business face to face, how do I deal with this in the online market?
Well, you know, there's a bunch of great things that are going on. COVID the lockdown has forced us into a world now where everybody, like, there are people who had never considered using Zoom before that are now using Zoom on a daily basis, right? So the first thing is that there's been a major cultural upgrade in terms of people's preparedness and willingness to consume online content. And so that's the first thing that's really good. And then let's talk a little bit about the mechanics of it. We were very lucky that we were the first, as far as I know, we were the first company in the world, WildFit was the first company in the world to have over 500 people on a Zoom call. We've been with Zoom for a very long time. We were originally with Google Hangouts, and then we switched over to Zoom. But in the meantime, what I'm really saying is that for 6 years, I've been doing online speaking and online teaching, even though I predominantly am known for being on stage, right? And so we've learned a few things about that. And what I want to suggest to you is that everything that we're going to cover here about story construction and creation and all that kind of stuff is hugely part of it. And then when we talk about delivery, we're going to get a lot more into what you need to do when you're speaking to a camera to create a sense of engagement. I'll give you a couple of clues right now. The way my desk is set up, I have a camera that's here, right? It's not in the computer, it's in front of the computer. It's on a tripod and it sits in front of the screen. Why do I have it set up that way? Because I have to look through the camera to see any of you. So when I'm looking around the Zoom room, you can see, it doesn't feel like I'm making eye contact with you, right? You can see I'm looking somewhere away from the camera, but most people spend their entire Zoom meetings like this, right? You can see that they're not looking at the camera, but it's culturally strange to look at a camera when you're talking. But by putting the camera where I've done, what it means is that when I want to say something really important, I can drop right into the camera. It's in the middle of the screen. So every one of you, I can see you all still in my peripheral vision, but I'm actually making really steady eye contact with you, every one of you. Can you guys feel the difference?
Absolutely.
So that's a really big issue. And then the other one is that for some reason, people get conditioned about the way they should speak in public, but then they also have another level of conditioning about the way they should speak in front of a camera. So one of the exercises that we do at the Speaking Academy is we have people do a presentation as though they were going to do the presentation for an 8-year-old. And we will actually do some of that on this workshop. And it kind of works like this. Somebody's going, I'm going to share with you some great ideas about how you can expand the marketing potential of your medium-sized company in New York State. The first step is to take a look at your Google AdWords exposure. I mean, that's how people talk. It's insane. It's insane. But now if I said, well, I want you to say the same thing, but to a class of 8-year-olds, immediately you go, oh, it's 8-year-olds. Hello, boys and girls. Today, I'm going to be talking about how to increase your profitability in your mid-sized business in the New York State area. And we're going to start with Google AdWords. Like, by the way, which one would you rather see? The one for the 8-year-olds, right? Like, you know, and the point is that we have our guard more down for the 8-year-olds. So one of the things you can do when you're doing video conferencing is just change let go of your preconceptions of having to be proper and stuff like that. You know, it's like really, really get in there. And by the way, I meant to mention this. Somebody else was asking the question about live events and switching to online. I want to show you something else. I don't do it for this workshop because it's so long, but for many of my intense workshops that I do online, my desk is electronic and I can lift it, right? So it raises up and it'll raise to about this level. So it means that when I'm teaching, I can stand. And now, obviously, I haven't lifted it, so I'm a little bit cut off, but you can get the idea. And of course, when I'm standing, I get to have a whole different energy and power about the way I'm doing it. Oh yeah, I meant to say this. I can't think who it was now who's getting ready to do a TED Talk. Was that Suze? What I'm saying is, if you're going to do a TED Talk, do not be sitting down for that. It's 20 minutes. Don't be sitting for that. You got to stand up. Look, let me show this. I want to show you this properly. If I don't unplug a bunch of stuff here. All right. So now you can see I've lifted the level of the desk and I'm in a position now where I'm standing, and I know the sound is optimized for my sitting, so I can move the microphone now, but you can understand now that I'm standing, I'm going to have a whole different range of movement and a whole different level of energy. Plus my own blood circulation is going to be a whole lot better. And so when we talk about converting to online, what we have to do is sometimes we have to learn to exaggerate some of the real world stuff so that we can push more energy into the camera. Some of you would have seen it, Iris, in WildFit sometimes when I'm really trying to make a point, I'll be like, okay, I want to know, how did you do on the buffer zone? Come on, how did you do? And I come right into the camera like that, right? Well, doesn't it feel like I'm in the room with you when I do that? It's kind of, oh, dude, proximity dude. But it creates the feeling of connection. So that's what you want to try and do, is figure out how can you create the feeling that you're there in the room with them. And you do it through using your voice properly, using full vocal range. And we're going to talk a lot more about this when we get to the delivery section.
Okay, can I just say, can I go a little personal here? I have spoken in front of conferences, maybe up to 200 people, and it's very intimate. I don't use the podium. I walk in the room because I'm storytelling and I really want to be eye to eye. I am so comfortable when I do that. I walk out of the conference room or the stage, get off the stage after, and I'm ready to throw up. Seriously, I am shaking in my body. My knees. I don't get the pre-conference jitters, pre-speech jitters. I get them after. Right now, I feel like I could throw up just talking to you online. Is that weird or what? And I know I'm
totally weird. Totally weird.
I don't know what to say, but I'm being very honest to everyone. It's the adrenaline that's flowing while I'm seeing that green little dot in my MacBook Air, and I'm just, but I don't know how
and
I'm
Iris, it's worse than that because it's not just these people that are watching. Like, we're recording it.
I
Who
know.
knows how many people are going to watch this? We could throw it up on YouTube even. This whole conversation. Oh God, Iris, I feel terrible for you.
Well, and now I know how my clients feel because I'm there with a broadcast crew, lights, cameras, everything going on, people around them. I'm finally feeling that fear that they have, although I do relax my clients on camera, but there's no one here to relax me. And I'm like freaking out. I probably will go and throw up before I have lunch, just having talked to you. I don't know.
You'll be able to eat more lunch that way. So, all right. So Iris, there's a couple things I want to share with you. I mean, I know that nervous feeling. I've had the before, the during, and the after, different stuff. One of the things I'll tell you is you're not breathing enough on stage, I would guess, that you're not pausing. And that's going to cause some of the stomach upset because you're going to be kind of short of breath the whole time. And so when you finally get off, your body's going to kind of, it's not such a good feeling. So one thing you want to do is try to, sorry, Michelle. One of the things I want to do is suggest to you that when you're on stage, you really need to build in time for yourself to chill and relax. And so there's a number of ways you can do that. How about this? You go, okay, guys, today we're going to be talking about this incredible thing. But before we do that, I'd like you to turn to your partner and introduce yourself to each other. How many of you have seen a speaker do that? I'll tell you that half the time when they do that, it's because they want to get a drink of water. They got to do up their fly. They just needed to buy a moment. They just needed to buy a moment. And that's why they did it. Well, if you ever need to buy yourself a moment, Iris, that's exactly what you do. And incidentally, you can do the same thing when you're teaching online. Earlier today, I had a delivery arrive at my door. I am able to get Amazon here in the Caribbean. But the problem is if I miss the delivery, do you know what happens? I never get to see it again. Like, it's just crazy. Like, I have to go get it and we're in quarantine and the police roadblocks. Like, I won't get the thing that I ordered. So I had to receive a delivery today while I was teaching. I heard it ring. What did I do? I put you guys in an exercise. I put you in an exercise. I went and got the delivery. My delivery's here. By the way, it turns out it was way more important than Amazon. It was my water delivery and I was out of water. So I'm really glad I went and answered the door. So what I'm trying to say is learn to create beats for yourself where you can chill down and relax, because what's going to happen is that if you don't chill down, one of the ways you can stimulate adrenaline is by breathing badly. Breathing quickly, shallowly, robbing yourself of oxygen. That in itself stimulates adrenaline. So what if you found in a 20-minute talk 5 opportunities to stop and breathe for a moment? What if you did that? Isn't it entirely possible that that alone would reduce the adrenaline rush enough that you then wouldn't feel sick when you came off the end? Is it possible?
Absolutely.
Okay, now have you ever smoked? Okay. Many moons ago. But here's what I want you to do. I want you to take like a good, serious, honest puff off a cigarette. Not just a 5, just a one good, not a real cigarette. It's a fake breath. This is what I'm talking about. It's like and then you hold it to top.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I do the 5-5-5 from WildFit.
But do you do it as soon as you come off the stage?
No, I guess that's it.
That's when you need it.
That's when I need it. You're
right.
right.
You need it in that moment to calm down your adrenals, to settle yourself down. Remember, nervousness and excitement are just the same thing. They're exactly the same thing. So you could be vomiting out of excitement. You could be vomiting out of nervousness. It's the same physiological condition in the body.
Except in my case, often I get a standing ovation and people drag right up to me to like ask me a million questions. And then when I finally depart and when it's all over, it's kind of, oh my God, what just happened to me? It's kind of this fear of success. It's this fear of, wow, I rocked it. Like sometimes
you should stop.
I should stop.
You don't want that. You don't want that success crap. I mean, you got to let that, you're going to have to stop. I think, I know that I just read the other day that Papa John's is hiring like 20,000 pizza drivers. I think you should switch careers because you don't want that kind of stress.
Papa John's in Canada. Sorry. I live in Montreal, but anyway.
Oh, you're in Montreal. Well, I'll bet you Tim Hortons is hiring. I'm thinking you can make it work. Like, you don't want to take something on that's going to like challenge you, stress you out, then cause you to possibly have success. Like, I can tell you, you know, I told you I went to Kazakhstan. It was the craziest thing. I get to Kazakhstan and they did all this marketing before I got there. They literally had to have security remove me from the building because the audience was treating me like a beetle. It was, I mean, I'm talking screaming, pulling, throwing, tugging, like it was just the weirdest thing. You don't want that. So you're not ready. You're not ready. I think Tim Hortons, you should consider, like, think about it this way. It's like just taking coffee orders, right? And then just giving them, you don't even have to give them a coffee because they go get that at the pickup counter. So they don't even, you don't even have to think about them after. Now, of course, I'm kidding.
I gave up coffee in WildFit. No more coffee. I don't even.
Oh, you don't want to be a drug dealer. All right. So all I'm really trying to tease you a little bit that, like, you know, what's really going on here is there's some pattern you picked up, you know, when you were 12 or something, and you know, you picked up the pattern and you're still running it right now. And because all I'm asking you to do is to take a look and create the space and peace for yourself when you're on the stage and when you come off the stage. And I will tell you, I get overwhelmed coming off stage frequently. You can ask Kelsey, you can ask anybody from the team. We have procedures in place to protect me, and you should have those. If you are getting inundated with audience questions and reaction and stuff, then you should be creating a way where you feel safe. Because I can tell you, I'm not a particularly socially anxious person, but when there's 100 people circling around me, each one begging for their selfie and, you know, all that kind of stuff, and I want to give it to them, I so want to, but it becomes this pressure, right? And I have a hard time eating after that. My stomach's upset and so on. So I'm saying on one level, what you're dealing with is completely normal. I'm just saying you're taking it too far. Let it go, breathe a little. You know, you've kicked some butts, you kicked some butt, you took some names, and then you just need to build in the time to do your 5-5-5 breathing. And one thing you can do, by the way, I've seen speakers that do this. They'll finish the talk and they do want to, there are some speakers that won't even do the audience thing. They just won't. They're like, I just don't do that, which I think is deplorable as far as I'm concerned. You're there for if you're not there for the people who you're there for. So I don't really like that. But then there's another level, and I've done this occasionally. I finish the talk and I exit stage back and I go into my green room and I meditate for 5 minutes, but everybody knows that I'm coming out for selfies, right? So I've just grounded myself, just a quick 5-minute off to the universe. And then I come out and I obviously cope with the whole thing a whole lot better. So I'm going to say for you, I can already tell one of the things you need to do is you need to create beats in the talk where you can stop and breathe, give them a little exercise, or just understand that 2 or 3 seconds of silence on a stage is golden. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Mm-hmm. And then when you come off the stage, buy yourself a little bit of time. You might also, I don't know if you're drinking enough on stage. Like I drink all the time on stage. I will put liters of water away on stage because you have to remember something. When you talk, your body uses a lot more water than when you breathe. When you breathe, you lose a little bit of water in your breath, but when you talk, your body takes water from you and puts it into your throat, because otherwise you'd have no lubrication. And have any of you had that thing where your throat got really dry and you just couldn't even talk anymore? Has anybody had that? Yeah, serious dehydration. You don't want that. So that means you're consuming and using a lot, or not necessarily consuming, but using a lot of your water when you're speaking. And that also can help you to feel quite sick by the end. So those are my tips for you. I think that they should help.
Thanks.
Rosemary, I want to know what color that was. I don't remember. That's very funny. Let's see. I'm going to go with, I have Thomas. Am I saying it correctly?
Tom is enough.
Tom, how are you?
Great. So my question is, we were wondering or making a list in the exercise of our ideal target market. And we created a broad list of it, right? And then we are also talking about this speech that is going to take us somewhere. And you know, in the current world, we are probably talking about the online speech. So I was wondering, when we will be designing it, which target audience should we focus on? Should we lean toward one of the ideal target markets, or should we lean more toward the general one?
Well, we'll get to that in the next section after lunch much more powerfully, but here's what I'll say is you want to design the foundation of the talk for the overall target market with the ability to nuance it for ideal target markets. So for example, I might do an overall talk on the 6 hungers and how to end your emotional eating. I might do that for an overall general target market, but then I might also have a version of that talk that I do if I know that I'm talking at the Diabetes Association, or that I might do a slightly different talk if I'm speaking at the Weight Watchers conference or something like that, right? So the idea is that you have a foundation that appeals to your overall target market and the ability to nuance, the ability to customize it for any individual ideal target market.
Okay, thanks, Eric.
And one last thing is, it depends also. If you're very focused on a particular ideal target market, like you're really, that's it for you, you just want to go after that one ideal target market for this purpose, that's incredibly effective. You could design the talk that way as well. So I tend to create talks that are more broad spectrum, like that I can take them anywhere. I tend to do that, but I'm also asked to speak on a huge variety of topics all the time, right? So it's like, but you know, for example, if I was only about WildFit, then I may well go out and design a talk that is pure. Matter of fact, I am doing this. And no, funny enough, I'm designing a talk right now that specifically asks the question and makes the case that sugar is the ultimate trigger of COVID-19. And I'm not going to go too much into the depth of that, except I'll just say this to you. There's a concept called, I don't even know if it's called this, I call it this, called keystone influences. And what that means is that if you were to remove any one keystone influence, the entire thing falls apart. If you removed any one influence, the whole thing falls apart. And what I would say to you is that if you remove the sugar industry from our food production, there would not be enough diabetes, obesity, autoimmune disease, or hypertension in the population to sustain COVID-19. Therefore, there'd be no lockdown. The sugar industry caused this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So now when I do that talk, I'm going directly after that talk, but it also then lends itself potentially to obesity, diabetes, and so on. Sure. So I feel like you can do the talk both ways. One way, by the way, does anybody like, you guys, does that very short snippet make sense to you, sugar to COVID? I'm curious. Yeah, yes. I think it's an important message. It's going to be, it was supposed to be my episode of Thrive TV this week, but we had our power problem. So it's going to be next week. But Tom, the answer is both in a sense. Generally, I think it's easier if you design a talk that can work for your whole overall target market and then customize it. But there are many times where you're like, no, I want to talk to this group of people right now. That's my focus. And that talk will be more effective for that particular target audience than the more generic one might have been.
Sure. Understood. Thanks, Eric.
Cool. Great question. Ingrid.
Hello.
Hello.
So I have a question about the niche, because I am from Mexico and I find it that there are like two classes, and I want to talk to a specific group, but I don't understand completely that group. Do you know what I mean? Like women with low resources. So I'm really passionate about the topic and helping them, but I don't know exactly how to help them because I haven't been in their place. I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, Ingrid, I would suggest that has a little bit to do with a combination of empathy and research. Okay. You know, it's interesting, like when we do our Inception marketing trainings, I'm teaching marketing much more detailed. And very often people will want help, you know, kind of figuring out what their ideal target market is concerned about. And then somebody will come along and say to me, well, my ideal target market is, you know, women from 30 to 60. And then I would say to them, you can't have that as an ideal target market. It's too broad. A woman at 30 is having very different thoughts than a woman at 60. So it's just too broad. And then I start talking about, like, say a woman at 30, she's thinking about this and this and this and this and this. And then people in the audience are like, were you a woman before? Like, how do you know this? How do you know this? And it's like, well, combination of empathy and research. Right? So in other words, what I've done is I've tried to take a look at the various markets that I've served or that I've researched or what have you, and I've tried to understand and feel for them. And then I've done research. So that way, when I've learned about them, I actually take it in. Like, it's like, I go, oh, that must be what that feels like. And I think that the best marketing in the world requires this combination of empathy and research. So can you find empathy for the people that you want to help? Can you relate to them at some degree?
Yeah, I'm just afraid that at some point, I go and talk about something, and they are going to be like, but you've never been there, you've never been poor, you've never been this, you've never been that. So how can you come and tell me that?
Yeah, that absolutely can happen. It's happened to me frequently. Like I said, when I started WildFit, I had doctors all over the place and, you know, not liking it, even now, sometimes still. But you know what else I have? Doctors that have paid me to train them to become a WildFit coach. So, you know, there are awake doctors and there are sleeping doctors, and that's just the way it is right now. And you're going to have the same thing with any audience. But one of the ways that you can really help that is never talk down to an audience, like never talk down to them. So in other words, if you're facing this audience and you're concerned that something going, you've never been there and you've never done that and what have you, well, don't talk to them in a way that makes them want to knock you down. Talk to them in a relatable way. You know, it's like, you know, talk to them through experiences you've had. Like, you know, stories really help so much with this. So you might not have had the life experience, but have you witnessed it? Have you heard about it? Do you know people that have gone through it? And what is it? By the way, let me ask you something. What drives you to want to speak to this group of people?
I've heard so many stories that are horrible, and I feel so lucky that I've never been there, and I want to help them to feel the way that I feel me.
So here's what happened 1 week into COVID-19. 1 week into the lockdown. I mean, you know, like in every country it happened a little bit differently, but for my life, 1 weekend, my first reaction is, holy crap, this is scary. I don't know what to do. And then suddenly I stopped and I thought, oh my God, I have money. I have a business that's operating even with lockdown. I have a house. I have a farm that delivers fresh food to me. I have a, you know, like there's a fisherman who comes in about once a week with fresh tuna from the ocean. Like, oh my God, am I ever fortunate? So now what I want to do is I want to go out and talk to all the people out there that are struggling their way through COVID. So am I supposed to not talk to them because I'm not struggling? Do you understand? Because I'll tell you what, I can relate to the struggle. I absolutely can. I have my own struggle. I've been on lockdown in full isolation. I mean, I've now seen a few people here and there, but I got separated from my family. I've been alone for 2 months. By the way, I am never alone for more than 2 hours in my life. I mean, honestly, I'm just almost never alone. And so I've been alone for 2 months. I can tell you that's an interesting experience. So I've had my own version of suffering, but you know what else I can relate to? The people who wish they were alone. The people who are locked up with the abusive husband that they wish they weren't locked up with. The children that are in a house with the terrible parents that aren't taking good care of them. The people who are wondering about losing their business. The people who are wondering about losing their house. I don't need to experience those things to want to end that pain for them. I don't need to experience those things to be able to address those things. And so you don't either. You need to have experienced them through story. You need to be called. Like, look, yes, Mother Teresa went and lived in the slums, but not until she did. Do you understand? You know, she didn't do it until she did it. She didn't go, oh, I want to go help these people in the slums. So what I should do is go and be born in Mumbai and live in this, you know. No, she said, I'm going to go do this. I'm going to go do this now. And so I'm saying to you that in the very same way that I decided I'm going to help people, even though I'm not actually, and by the way, I was very careful about that. I would start a lot of my broadcasts by saying, first of all, I want you to know something. I feel incredibly privileged and honored and grateful for the abundance that I get to live with, for the circumstance that I'm in. And as a consequence of that, I want to be here to help you. And that's why we've done all kinds of cool things, like some of the programs we've done. We've had Name Your Own Price. We've done a bunch of free stuff. I've launched a show that I've done totally. There's no revenue. It's all giving back to the community because I can. And so can you. And if somebody comes along and says to you, well, I don't know what you're talking about. You've never had this experience. You can go, I know, I haven't. I really haven't. And I wish you weren't.
Oh, thank you.
Cheers. Okay, guys, it is time for the lunch break. Now, I'm going to tell you what happens after the lunch break. After the lunch break, we're going to be working on something called strategic objectives. We already talked about it a little bit, but the idea behind strategic objectives is to get clear about our primary and our secondary reasons for being on stage. And so what that means is we want to know, let's see here. Okay, have you guys got that on the screen now? Yes, you do. Okay, so we're going to be talking about your primary objective. So what are the main things that you want to achieve when you walk up on the stage? Like, is it to sell something? Is it to get votes? Is it to raise money? Is it to, you know, whatever. It may be just to get the fee or to get a standing ovation. I don't know. But then there's a series of secondary objectives, and I'll talk you through these more as we go through the exercise. But I wanted to tell you about it now, so during the break, you can think a little bit about what your primary and possible secondary objectives are. Secondary objectives might be new followers on Instagram, expanding my network, getting another booking, getting rebooked again, getting a book agent, getting a movie deal. There's a bunch of different kind of secondary objectives that you might have. So you don't need to do any work over lunch. I just want you to think about it. When we come back, I will recap primary and secondary objectives. And by the way, for many of you, this one thing will be what makes the difference. So this is a very, very exciting section. When you really start to get clear, I will show you that I completely changed my speaking career by getting clear about my secondary objectives, because suddenly I was able to make one talk 10 times more valuable than it ever was before for me. All right, I'll see you back here on the hour in 56 minutes.